to go.
Perfect. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you. I have our one up, but I guess you guys can get it off stats.
Yeah, I'll make sure they get off the point streak.
So Luis.
on. Let me be helpful.
Yeah, I love the classic Jason just being like, yeah, this is probably what the line is. Yeah. Because I got sports specialist in now, so he's like, all right, Tyler's going to lead off, then you got Barry, yeah, Rayo. From there, just whoever catches. Like, it got so easy by the end of the year. But yeah, like, I got that lineup down pat. Yeah. That's what I love to hear, Colin.
That's a fun baseball reference. Like, there's like an old Yingling sitting there, and I'm like, Pincus, bullpen. guys.
Yeah. Can't
Probably
save
wanna play your best.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm really surprised Matt Curtis isn't starting today.
Yeah, no.
He was talking to me about it last night. I'm like, yeah, it's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, I'd be pretty pissed. I mean, Shadow Connor Peterson is good, so
He's very good defensively, but
I had to write down 20 more doubles to break the all-time double record. That's the all-time, like, for a career.
his record,
Yeah.
I think it's 49. I think he has
Yeah, dude, Matt's on a 10-game hitting streak.
Yeah. I think if CP, Connor Peterson, goes over from his first two at bats, then yeah, probably.
I think it's kind of just like feel it out. Yeah, no, I'm excited.
Dude, after the Brockport game, I was walking down with two of my buddies.
They were in a huddle in left field. I think just talking amongst themselves for a half hour. Really? Yeah. Dave didn't even speak. It was all just the players. Really? Yeah. Like it was like crazy. I guess like
ready for Wednesday?
just like leadership and they're showing stuff.
That's
Some
awesome.
of the seniors like kind of on top of that.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like holy shit.
Listen, I gotta figure out, where we all slot the bats. I think we keep you at first, and then if I have to bring Tommy in to pitch, I throw you over to third. I pitch. I want someone who I've got trusted as a glove at first base.
I'm not confident my whole team's going to show up.
Yeah.
I'm not confident, like, actually show up. Like, everyone that comes will play great, but
I'm
I'm like,
pretty confident as long as they don't have practice at that time.
Yeah, I don't think they'll practice at 11 a.m.
So,
what are you talking about?
I may have cooked on a little something. Certain social media person who has helped us out as a member of the Diamond Report. You'll figure it out on Wednesday.
Oh, Borlo's going to be there.
Let's just say we might have the second baseman batting fourth who will rake.
Who's on this field right now?
Second baseman?
Oh yeah, well we got to put him at second. That's his natural position.
Dude, what? Who's
No,
natural?
I think it's actually shortstop or third.
Honestly,
Either way, it's an infield position.
Yeah, honestly, I might slot him to short then because that's the most defensive position.
Is it Warlow? Can I get that?
Yeah,
Yeah, sure.
Hey, I'm second baseman. Come on, Toby.
Put him at short, put CC at
Toby at
second.
Warlow at
Short be at third. That's horrible. It's the left side of the infield.
I'm hitting right.
Oh, don't
switch you to a lefty.
Yeah.
Listen, we got CC at second. She said she's looking cracked at this. So.
I'm sending the line drive to her house.
You're not touching anything. I'm throwing gas.
Yeah, that would have been tough.
Don't worry, though. I'm throwing. What do you guys think?
This is so bad. Yeah, we're gonna have to just move a little bit. Yeah.
Is that a little better?
Yeah, it's better.
There's always something special about the month of May on the South Hill. We welcome you to Freeman Field for the first game of the Liberty League crossover series where the Bombers of Ithaca College host the Vassar Brewers in playoff action. Joining you on the call, I'm Colin Martin, joined by my broadcast partner, Tom Morrow. And Tom, we got a good one on our hands today.
Yeah, we really do. To start of Liberty League playoffs. IC and Vassar met in the crossover series last season. The Bombers swept the Brewers 11-1 and 9-5. That second game, it was a walk-off grand slam for Matt Curtis. Vassar won both regular season games against Ithaca last season, and IC is 6-2 all-time against Vassar. So both teams sort of have each other's number going back to last season, and it's definitely going to be a good one. I expect a good one.
Yeah, these teams, they have a bit of history. That 6-2 all-time record, of course, Vassar's baseball program coming over to the Liberty League a little bit later than some of the other foes that Ithaca takes on. Ithaca, they're swept by Vassar during the regular season. But in the meantime, we're going to take a quick break for the national anthem. We'll be back on your call in just a moment's notice. We welcome you back to the Bomber Sports Network, Game 1 of the Liberty League Crossover Series. Well, we are just moments away. For the Ithaca defense, Andrew McDermott in left, Colin Feeney in center, Ethan McDonough in right, Ryan Lobster man's third, Riley Brody at short, Connor Peterson, the senior, at second, Ethan Fantel, the first year, at first, Logan Scully handling the catching duties, and Tommy Jack Picozzi makes his start on the bump.
Yeah, Jack Picozzi has been really good. One of the better pitchers on this pitching staff all season long. 2024 last season, honorable mention, 50.2 two-thirds innings pitched with a 4.8 ERA and a 4.2 record last season. And this season, 4.63 ERA, 44 and two-thirds innings pitched, 23 earned runs to 51 strikeouts. So he's been very efficient on the mound for them.
And a big sign of approval from Coach Val. I mean, we've seen the sophomore out of Hatfield, Pennsylvania, Picozzi, all year be one of the most trustworthy arms on this staff. Game 1, the first playoff series, not just for the Bombers, but across the conference. It's a big nod of approval, and you got to say, it's well-deserved.
Absolutely. He really got his opportunity last season when he was a freshman, and he's really kind of took it and ran with it. You know, he's a sophomore now, so he stepped up into a big role, and he's really earned that role.
His first challenge of the day is going to be against the shortstop, hitting first, Birch Herring-Jackson, the senior out of East Aurora, New York. For the Vassar Brewers, he's been their typical leadoff guy all season. And for Picozzi, we've seen in the last couple of outings he's had at home, he came off to slow starts, allowed a couple of runs early. His number one task here, seeing the guys in front of him and putting them down. Well, Herring-Jackson walks up into the box, and the Bombers are off.
Herring-Jackson, a senior infielder for this Vassar team, 13 ribbies, 25 runs on the season, leads it off.
Picozzi sends one in first, called strike, and you can hear the pop.
Good job by Picozzi, setting the tone early.
Picozzi coming into this game, 51 strikeouts. Struck out 4 in his last outing. Herring-Jackson takes a big hack, counts 0-2. Birch Herring-Jackson, senior infielder, steps back in the box. Picozzi fires another one, just outside, 1-2 count.
Good spot from Picozzi, tried to go on the outside corner, just missed a great spot.
1-2 pitch, swung on, and there's a strikeout for Picozzi early.
I mentioned it earlier here, Colin. The strikeouts have been his best friend, and he picks up one early in this game.
Well, now he's going to probably take on his toughest task of this lineup. It's Jensen Bergman, the center fielder out of Princeton, New York, hitting .361 on the season, just under 20 RBIs, and he's got some pop on him too, 2 homers, and they both came recently. And he sees one down the gut, 0-1 count. A 1 pitch swung on, and Bergman was way late.
Picozzi doing a really good job getting ahead early in the count. That's something pitchers struggle with, but getting ahead early is doing a good job so far.
Very aggressive approach from Picozzi. You can tell the juice is flowing. 0-2 pitch swung on, fouled, and they'll rack it up again.
Bergman, a 2023 Vassar Rookie of the Year award finalist and 2024 Liberty League All-Academic.
When we talk about the average being so high this late in the season, 360 is no joke. But we saw in his last game up against Bard, went 0 for 5. He got walked, but the contact, not at the spot where he expects. Swings at that one, he goes down swinging. 2 strikeouts to start the game for Picozzi.
That's what you like to see if you're Coach Valcente in that Ithaca Bomber dugout.
It's going to bring up the designated hitter, Tyson Jemison, junior out of Monroe, New York. He's not too far behind Bergman, hitting .345 this season, on-base percentage over .470. Sees the first strike in, 0-1 count.
Last season against Ithaca, he had a multi-hit game against the Bombers, batting .345 this year with 13 ribbies. One of their stronger power hitters.
0-1 offering looked at, called strike. And Tom, Picozzi's attacking early.
He's dealing right now. He is surely dealing.
Picozzi on the brink of a 3-up, 3-down inning. Fires the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, and he goes down swinging. That's 3 straight swinging strikeouts for the sophomore.
Jack Bacozzi and this Bombers dugout are fired up. Couldn't ask more. 3 straight strikeouts.
And it's going to make things a lot more exciting for the Bombers bats when they come up. 3 straight batters, 3 straight swinging strikeouts for Jack Bacozzi. And in just a moment, we'll be able to see how the Bombers bats get to work. Stick with us here on the Bomber Sports Network. Do you want us to take breaks between frames? I can talk over it.
Honestly, if you want to, talk over, but also if you want to take a break,
When me and Matt called it last week, we just took a break. I think it's easier.
Alright, sounds good.
That's fine with me.
Yeah. And we just pick it up like right when we're...
But if you guys should take a break, just
It's just that right knob, right?
turn the headphones
Okay, bet.
You put it all the way up when you switch it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Actually, just turn the...
We welcome you back to the Bomber Sports Network, and for the first time in this game, bottom frame of the first inning, we're going to see how the Bombers get to work. In case you missed it, the sophomore Jack Bacozzi in his first frame of action saw 3 batters. They all went down swinging. Welcome you back. I'm Colin Martin, joined by my broadcast partner, Tom Morrow. And Tom, how excited are you to see how the Bombers get to work?
Yeah, I mean, they've been great offensively all season long, and first coming up for them is Andrew McDermott. Transfer from Quinnipiac in 2020 to 2022, and then went to Queen's University of Charlotte from 23 to 24, and he finds himself here as a grad student at Ithaca. So he's definitely, capable of doing damage.
Yeah, his first stint at the Division III level, and he's made the most of it. He's top 5 in homers in the Liberty League as a pure leadoff guy. Sees the first pitch outside, 1-0 count. Top 6 in OPS in the conference. He has the 7th most hits in the conference. Really, if you filter by Andrew McDermott on the Liberty League scorebooks, you're going to find him towards the top in pretty much every stat. Sees another pitch in, count runs even, 1-1. Will Darrell fires in another pitch, high, 2-1 count, and Will Darrell, the sophomore out of East Hampton, New York, he handles game number 1 for the Vassar Brewers, been their lead man all season, and he hangs around the top 10, currently 11th most strikeouts in the conference. He knows how to get guys down as well. Not an easy task against Andrew McDermott. Pitch runs high once again, 3-1 count.
He does call him a Long Island product. Pitched in 8 games last year, went 3-0 with a 3.90 ERA, and you mentioned he's one of their top arms, so Vassar's kind of relying on him here in game number 1.
3-1 pitch. McDermott takes a hefty hack, counts full. And Will Darrell finds himself in a 3-1 count, runs 3-2. He's a guy that has walked 3 or less in 6 of his 8 starts this season. He doesn't allow guys to get free bases very often, but we mentioned it, and I'll say it once again, Andrew McDermott is no average batter around the conference. He knows how to see a count. And there it is, pitch runs high, and he'll be walked. And the pitcher, Will Darrow, who doesn't walk many too often, he just allowed one of Ithaca's best runners on the base path.
Yeah, great discipline, great patience at the plate right there for McDermott. Just waiting for his pitch, that 3-1. He took the hack, and then that ball 4 just wasn't in the zone. Let the umpire make the call, and it went his way. Bombers have a man on first.
Well, here's Ethan McDonough. You already know he is one of the strongest bats on this team. He missed from a hefty stretch as he almost lays down the bunt, pulls it back, strike 1. Missed a hefty stretch of the season, fought back from illness, and it really feels like he hasn't missed a step.
20 ribbies and batting .376 so far on the season for him.
Another Bomber bat in the top 10 in the Liberty League in terms of average. Sees the second offering, 0-2 count. It's a bit of a different game for Will Darrell. Big lefty on the mound. He has a chance to get a better viewpoint at the speedy Bombers on first. Andrew McDermott is no exception. McDonough, contact, well foul out to right field.
McDonough also one of the power bats on this team, leads the team with a team best 6 home runs so far this season.
This Bombers lineup is constructed in such a way where you always feel like you have speed on the base paths, and it almost always feels like you have a big bat in the box as well. That pitch well outside. McDermott thinks about running, holds off, 1-2 count.
Yeah, they have good slugging percentages and just overall know how to hit the gaps.
Well, the well-balanced approach has found the Bombers as the number 1 seed in the Liberty League West. And they take on Vassar. And not only their first game of the crossover series, but the first one around the conference, opening up the crossover series as McDermott heads to second, slides in, and he's safe. In the meantime, McDonough goes down swinging, and Will Darrell picks up his first strikeout of the outing. So Andrew McDermott stands on second, another stolen base for the speedy grad student, and it brings up the sophomore out of Decatur, Georgia, Camden Laney.
That's a great job by McDermott taking second base, putting himself in scoring position now with Camden Laney up.
Camden Laney, he knows how to hit when he sees his guys in scoring position. 343 on the year. First baseman, outfielder. Today he's handling the DH duties.
Yeah, totals 34 hits, 24 ribbies, and last season 34 hits with 19 ribbies. So he's taking on a bigger role a little bit this year.
He's 11 for 22 in his last 6 starts. Sees a pitch run high, 2-0 count. Spring break trip, it didn't treat Laney the way he wanted, coming off such a strong freshman campaign. He didn't play bad by any means, but he wasn't playing at the level that we'd grown to expect. Since we got to conference play, Laney has really kicked it into another gear. 2-0 pitch. Laney, contact out to right field, finds the gap. McDermott's going to round third. Laney's rounding first. McDermott will trot in easily, and Laney lands on second. The Bombers open up the scoring with a Camden Laney RBI double.
Took the off-speed, pulled it straight to right field. A great piece of hitting from Camden Laney, and McDermott scored easily from second base. Great piece of hitting out of your number 3 hitter right there.
Well, Tommy, I mentioned the balance in this lineup. It doesn't get any worse here. Ethan Fantel, the freshman phenom, 1 out on the board. Camden Laney on second. And now Fantel in 343 on the year. He has a chance to get to work.
It really does. He's been on a tear all season long. Kind of blossomed right after that spring break trip. Kind of just found himself. And he's got a lot of power in him.
Looks at the first pitch, runs high. Just one of those players that he came in when he was needed. A couple injuries allowed him to get some consistent playing time, and now he's so good you can't take him out. Second pitch runs high once again, 2-0 count. Really handled the duties as the everyday first baseman. This Bombers team, they have 4 or 5 guys that really have the talent to play that first base position on any given day, but once again, you can't take Fantel out of there with the way he's playing. Darrell checks on second. Laney trots in. Laney not known for his speed, especially considering he's been fighting a nagging lower body thing. Wouldn't call it an injury, he's been all right. But still, Darrell got to respect the wheels, and Laney's playing with him a little bit on second. Darrell fires in the pitch, first strike, 2-1 count.
Yeah, Fantel, one of the top 3 batters on this team in batting average, batting .390 right now with 29 hits and 20 ribbies. I think this is his 20th game started, so not that many games he's been a part, been starting, but definitely making his number worthy.
2-2 count now for Fantel. Laney man second base. Well, Darrell trying to minimize damage. That'll help. Fantel goes down swinging. Well, here's the senior with his signature theme music, Colin Feeney. Oh, he's walking up there with a little bit of swagger, and when you're playing like him, I don't see why you wouldn't. The 2024 Liberty League first teamer continuing to put together a really solid campaign in 2025, and this would only add to his resume. 2 outs, and the wild pitch on the first one is going to allow Laney to walk over to third untouched.
Yeah, well, just a little upstairs. Something I noticed, Colin, too, the top of this order for the Bombers, a lot of lefties going up against a lefty pitcher. You don't normally see that. Not really favoring the Bombers in that way, but something to look out for the rest of the game.
Adds even maybe a little extra sense of danger towards the bottom of the lineup when you get more of those righties. Maybe for Coach Valcente thinking, I'm going to lull Daryl into a false sense of security, or maybe Valcente saying, hey, these are my guys. I don't care who's on the bump.
Yeah.
We'll see either way. Pitch down the middle. Feeney looks at it, 1-1 count. Colin Feeney, the center fielder out of Ridgewood, New Jersey. Always been known as an average guy, as he looks 2-1 count. A much above average hitter, I must say, but his average is always very high. But his slugging is up as well, 589. If he can walk out of the season holding that average, that's the highest of his career. Pitch is a bit high, but called strike. Deuce is on the board, 2 outs, 2-2 count. Cam Delaney's on third. Colin Feeney has the bat in his hands, and the Bombers currently lead by a score of 1-0. Will Darrell on the mound trying to get out of this one. 2-2. Feeney laces it right past the second baseman. Here comes Cam Delaney. Feeney will hold up on first, and just like that, it's a 2-0 ball game for the Bombers.
Yeah, Feeney was way out in front of that one. Good job just getting the bat on the ball and poking it into right field.
What a way to poke it from Feeney. Now another speedster's on first for Darrell, and another bat in the box that you can't take for granted is Connor Peterson, the senior.
It's tough for Will Darrell's pitch away from getting out of that inning.
First pitch is high, 1-0 count. Connor Peterson, the senior out of Comic, New Jersey, appearing in his 16th game of the season. Looks at another 1-2-0 count.
Peterson batting .255 so far this season. Liberty League Rookie of the Year his freshman year.
Will Darrell on the bump, coming off one of his best performances, struck out 7, got a win in his last time on the mound. This one a little more difficult, going against the competitive bats of the Bombers that we've seen all season. There's the first strike to Peterson, 2-1 count. Feeney takes a lead off first, and he goes. Play at second base. Is it in time? It is. And Feeney is caught stealing. You don't see that too often. And it gets the Bombers up and out of the inning. Will Darrell gets to breathe a sigh of relief, and the Bombers walk out of the first frame of their batting with a 2-0 advantage.
Great throw right there by the senior catcher, Mark Milano. Just realizing that he was stealing, fired up, and threw a strike into second base.
Well, the Bombers take an early 2-0 lead in the first inning of work. When we return, Vassar gets another chance to get some runs on the board. Stick with us here on the Bomber Sports Network. We'll be back in just a moment's notice. Welcome back to the Bomber Sports Network for the second inning of action of the Liberty League Crossover Series. First inning, the Bombers take a 2-0 advantage. Jack Bacozzi, in his first frame on the mound, sees 3, strikes out 3 swinging, and he's looking to build on that momentum. Luke Barrientos in the box for Vassar as we open up this second inning. Bacozzi's first pitch of the second is another strike. It's 4 straight batters where it's a first pitch strike.
Bacozzi out there set to go to work again, dealing that first inning 3 strikeouts. Let's see what he has here in store in the second.
0-2 early, 2 pitches, 2 strikes. Barrientos hitting .350 on the year, the senior out of Ridgefield, Connecticut. 3 straight batters for Vassar on a team that doesn't have the best hitting statistics that are no joke. Looks like Barrientos got a piece of that one.
Well, they might call it catcher interference.
And Tom, it looks like they will.
Yeah, that's what.
Barrientos takes his base. And after a flawless first inning of work for Picozzi, looks like he was dealing, but just gets a little bit unlucky.
Scully looked a little shaken up there, but he's going to wave the trainer off, and he says to the umpire he looks to be okay.
Well, Scully showing some toughness. Gets Barrientos to first base on the interference, and now it brings up the catcher for Vassar, Mark Milano. We saw him end the last frame of his work with an incredible throwout of Colin Feeney at second. Now it's his turn to try to build on that momentum with the bat in his hands. Senior out of Briarcliff Manor, New York. Shows bunt, chops it down straight to Picozzi. Picozzi will take the play at first. Runner advances to second safely. And Milano is out and moves Barrientos to second base.
So a runner in scoring position here for Vassar to try to get on the board. Bombers up 2-0. Picozzi out for the second inning with a lead for the first time. Let's see how Vassar could potentially drive this runner in.
Barrientos stands on second, 1 out in the second inning of action for the Vassar Brewers. Ricardo Reina steps up into the box. Sees the first pitch. A little bit of motion on that one, but it lands outside, 1-0 count. Barrientos stepping a bit off second. Holds back. Pitch outside, 2-0 count.
Reina, a senior infielder from San Antonio, Texas, batting .275, 23 ribbies and 20 runs with 28 hits.
His last game of action against Bard, he went 1 for 4, but that one was a 2 RBI triple. That came in a big way.
Pivotal moment in that game.
We're looking to see if he can add another RBI to his resume. Not going to be on that pitch. Strike called, 2-1 count. Two-one pitch outside, 3-1. And we've seen throughout the year, Picozzi has such a strong arm, but there are times where the control is not always where you need it to be. Once again, a younger player, something that you work out through time. But in this game, you start the game with 3 straight swinging strikeouts. You build some momentum. Now a 3-1 count. Curious to see how Picozzi will fight back. That's a great way to get it done. Hefty hack from Reina. Brings the count full. And Scully's going to walk to the pitcher's mound, have a word with Picozzi. See if these two guys can iron it out.
Yeah, maybe just telling him to focus in. 3-2. You have a base open here, but you don't want to give that base up. Your team's up here 2 runs. Just try to focus on the batter and get it out any way possible.
Shows some really good leadership from Logan Scully as well. Sophomore on the bump, but a senior behind the plate that's seen it all before. He knows the moment's big, and he's might just be telling Jack, hey, lock in with me here. Let's get it done. Full count, runner on second, 1 out in the top of the second inning. Here's Picozzi's pitch. Contact out to center field. That'll drop. Runner's rounding third. Feeney bobbles it. And that is a run for the Vassar Brewers. An RBI single for Ricardo Reina. Scores Luke Barrientos.
Good piece of hitting there from Reina. I got a fastball on that 3-2 count. Just met it right at the middle. Took it right back up the middle to center field and scored 1. Really couldn't ask more. Did a great job right there.
We know Feeney has the wheels in the outfield, but that would have been a real tough play. He bobbles it on the exchange, makes it simple for Barrientos to come home. It's going to bring up Dan Latterman, left fielder, batting 7th in the order. Ricardo Reina is on first.
Reina is someone with speed on this Vassar team, so you have to be careful if you're the Bombers. Logan Scully, though, does have an arm there behind catcher, has thrown multiple people out.
And he's going to get a shot here, just a little bit off the mark. And there's Reina stealing a bag, and he's on second. Well, 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 run on the board for Vassar, opposed to Ithaca's 2. They have a chance to steal the momentum back, which it felt like it was all Ithaca's to start. Really interesting story for Daniel Latterman in the box. The senior, he's out of Tel Aviv, Israel. Someone that came over to Vassar to play some ball. Takes a hefty hack, 1-2 count.
Yeah, he's
And-
batting .262 on the season with 22 hits, so he's definitely done himself a job, got himself in the starting lineup so far this season.
Tom took the words out of my mouth. He's really taken on a much bigger role this season. He's shown up in some really big spots. This would once again be another one. 1-2 pitch. Weak contact. Tips it off, and they'll do it again. Now for Picozzi here, you got to keep your head up. You got to understand the situation at the same time. It's unfortunate to allow that RBI off the single from Raina, but still have a lead in this game. Got to take it one batter at a time. Fires on the pitch outside, 2-2 count.
I mean, Colin, you said it before. It kind of looked like this was all Ithaca's game. 3 quick strikeouts in the top of the first. They come in bottom 1, get 2 runs. But Vassar's doing a good job here at the top of the second, kind of matching that.
Feels like Vassar has been that spoiler team all season. They beat some of the best competition in the Liberty League as Picozzi checks on second. Vassar, they don't impress you on paper. This is a team that's 14-17. Across the conference, they have a losing record. They kind of sneak their way into playoff baseball. But at the end of the day, they have shown time and time again that they can beat the best competition in small spurts, a 3-game series maximum if you need it.
Yeah.
That could be the opportunity that Vassar takes. Ithaca has just been so talented this season that you don't think that's going to happen as a neutral fan.
Yeah.
But Vassar, they've been proving fans wrong all season.
Every game is sort of competitive in a way.
They don't go down easy.
Yeah.
Well, 2-2 count here for Dan Latterman. Raina takes the lead off second base. Picozzi looks at him, fires on the 2-2. Contact made from Latterman, straight to short. Raina retreats to second base, and Riley Brody handled that one quite easily.
Yeah, right out Brody. Just couldn't be placed anywhere in a better spot there, so good job of the Bombers getting that one.
Yeah, Brody gets harder looks in practice. That one hit straight to him. For Picozzi, you take
He didn't
that
have to
all
get
day.
dirty for that one.
Uniform stays clean. Ithaca under
Yeah.
all whites. 2 outs on the board. Top of the second inning of action. Picozzi fires one well inside. Noah Stockman lets it run right by him. 1-0 count. Noah Stockman, the sophomore out of Huntington Beach, California. He's probably enjoying that the sun came out today. Can't always guarantee that in the recent weeks here on the South Hill. Raina jumps off second. Big swing from Stockman is off the mark. And with 2 outs on the board, it's a 1-1 count.
Stockman's sort of struggling a little bit this season, batting 143 with 6 ribbies. So if you're Jack Picozzi here, you go right at him.
And his last game against Bard, multiple strikeouts, 0-3 on the day, 0-3.
So it would be a great spot here for Stockman to kind of get a base hit, revive himself a little bit, and sort of get Vassar right back in this game with a tie ball game.
Picozzi's going to try to match that energy. Stockman, he knows he needs it. 2-1 count, 2 outs on the board. Ithaca with a 2-1 advantage. Stockman takes a swing, and he'll foul it off, 2-2. For Picozzi, once again, after such an incredible first frame of work, this one, he's had to work for it a bit more. There's been some runners on the base paths that have taken advantage from him. A catcher's interference starts this inning off, not a way that you want to go open up an inning. But with a good one here, he can get out of it. 2-2 pitch. Fired in. Stockman fouls that off towards the fans in right field.
Stockman last season played in 15 games with 5 being starts and tallied 4 hits and 28 at-bats.
Contact on the 2-2. Popped up. Foul territory.
Staying alive, what good hitters do.
Seems like Picozzi, it's hard to describe because it feels like he is such a great strikeout pitcher, but he often finds himself in battles with these hitters. Just trying to see if he can get his put-away pitch in the right spot. Looks over at Raina on second. Fires it in. Too low. Count runs full. Well, I don't need to be the one to tell you that this is a big spot for Precose. 2-1 ball game. Rainier is leading off second. Full count with Noah Stockman in the batter's box. 3-2 pitch. Popped in the air. Scully's going to look at it, but well foul. Wynn takes it out of the field of play. First game of the Liberty League crossover series here in Ithaca, New York. Ithaca in the Western Division of the Liberty League, taking on Vassar from the East. Winner of this series will go on to the Liberty League Championship Series. Pitch runs high. Rainier slides into third. And it's a walk. Noah Stockman will take his base.
And Rainier will also move up to third, so Vassar will have runners at the corners now.
It's not the spot that Precose wanted. Made it an easy take for Noah Stockman. It brings up Brad Markind, junior out of Berwyn, Pennsylvania. Not putting together his strongest hitting season across the board, but as a senior, he's been in these spots before. In a 1-2 ball game, Vassar trails, but they have runners on first and third with 2 outs. Once again, the first baseman, Bradley Markind, is up. Looks at strike number 1, 0-1 count.
Markind hit .316 last year with 6 hits, 1 triple, 4 ribbies, and 4 runs scored. Finds himself in a pivotal spot here in game number 1 of this doubleheader.
Pitch is high, and just got him. Looks to his dugout, claps it up, says, let's go. Now the bases are loaded for Precose. And Markind easily advanced to first, hit by the pitch.
Yeah, not what you want to do there if you're Jack Precose. You had Stockman in a good count there, 2-2, then worked it to 3-2, walked him, and then Markind comes up and you hit him and load the bases here for the Brewers. There's still 2 outs though. 1 out gets you out of the inning, but not the position you want to be in here for the Bombers.
Yeah, Tom, as you mentioned, the good news is you can get out of here with just 1 swing. Birch Herring Jackson, last time that Precose saw him, as we enter the top of the order once again, it was a swing and strikeout. Looks at the first pitch, 0-1 count. Birch Herring Jackson, of course, as your traditional leadoff guy, he gets on base in a variety of ways. It's not the person for the Brewers side that you want to see in this spot, but Precose showed in that first challenge against him that he knows how to strike him out at the very least. That pitch well outside, 1-1 count. Scully makes an athletic play to not let it run by him.
Herring Jackson from East Iora, New York, pretty close by.
Familiar with the Ithaca area, you could say.
Yeah.
Not his first time coming over to the South Hill and playing on this field.
Local Finger Lakes region.
Gotta have respect for that. Fouls that pitch off. 1-2 count. Always something a little bit special about playing at home. There's a couple players around the conference across a variety of sports that call Ithaca home. East Aurora, close enough where I'll say, hey, maybe he knows what he's doing around here.
Yeah.
We're going to see it here.
Familiar with the area.
1-2 count, trying to get familiar with something that lands in fair territory. 1-2 pitch, well outside and low, 2-2. Don't want to state the obvious here, but for Precose, obviously cannot allow Herring Jackson to get on base, and if he does, you can't allow it to be because of a lack of control. Walked 2 batters ago, hit the last one. Pitch is high. Ithaca wanted it.
Yeah, great discipline right now. That 1-2 count now is a 3-2 count, so putting the pressure all on Precose. After what was Pecose's, the count was in Pecose's favor. He was ahead in the count, now behind in the count.
Bombers lead 2-1. Runners fill all the bases. And the leadoff man, Herring Jackson, is in the box. 3-2 pitch, well outside. Herring Jackson walks to first. Rainier trots home. And it's now an even ball game, 2-2. 2 outs. Runners still occupy every base. And it looks like Scully and Coach Valcente are going to go talk to Picozzi on the bump, see what's going through his head. Tom, you don't want to hammer the point after such a strong first frame of action. This one not going nearly as well for Picozzi.
Yeah, I mean, first inning looked like it could have been his best performance of the season so far. 3 strikeouts, just straight dealing. And then I think once that catcher's interference, it kind of threw, his momentum off, threw everything off in a way, because you were ahead in that count 0-2, and then all of a sudden the batter just gets first base. So as a pitcher, it makes you a little bit nervous. It makes you overthink a little bit.
It throws your head off.
Yeah.
I mean, you and I both know baseball is such a mental game. When a runner takes a base and it felt like it wasn't because of your doing, that could stay up there a little bit longer.
Yeah, and pitching is 75 to 80% mental.
Well, for Picozzi,
Even more.
we'll see how strong the head is here. Base is loaded. Strike 1. Jensen Bergman steps back up in the box. Once again, one of those first 3 batters, he went down swinging in his first time at the plate. And luckily for Picozzi, the inning's not going your way, but the game's still even. You can walk out of here all right, but Bergman fires one to right field. It brings home 1. Runners rounding third. He'll get in easily. And a 2 RBI single for Jackson Bergman. Makes it a 4-2 ball game.
Just as you said that, Colin, the game is even, not anymore. Vassar jumps out in front 4-2 off a Bergman single to right field. Great piece of hitting, found the hole on the right side, and when the bases are loaded, that's an automatic 2 runs right there.
Well, just like that, the Bombers, their bats came to life. They go down, and Picozzi feels like he's been on the bump for a minute. Tyson Jemison comes in, the designated hitter, with runners on first and second, 2 outs. And now with his Vassar Brewers leading by 2. Pops that one real high.
That's going to stay in play.
And lost in the sun. Tom, it looked like it was carrying out to foul territory. It drops right back in, and the Bombers couldn't find it.
Yeah, I mean, we have a pretty good angle from up here. I knew it was going to stay in play, but just no one really could get a nice read on it.
So Jemison stays alive.
That would have certainly helped him, Picozzi, this whole Ithaca team get out of this inning.
Would have definitely been a confidence boost, but instead, it just counts as a strike. Runners on first and second for Tyson Jamison in the box. Picozzi's 0-1 pitch, looked at, called strike 0-2.
Picozzi just has to settle in. He knows his team could hit. They got him 2 runs in the bottom of the first. Settle in, just work, and get 1 out right here. Trust your offense. That's what you got to do here if you're the Bombers.
And you and I both know that Bombers offense, they can come alive in big moments. Picozzi fires it in, swinging strikeout for Jemison, and after an inning that wasn't going Jack Picozzi's way, he ends it off in a positive fashion with a swinging strikeout.
4 runs, though, for the Brewers, 4-2. Vassar leads after the top of the second.
Well, when we return, it will be the bats of Ithaca, Connor Peterson, Logan Scully, Ryan Lobsher, and potentially more. We're going to take a quick break. Stick around right here on the Bomber Sports Network. to the first game of the Liberty League crossover series. Ithaca College Bombers host the Vassar Brewers. Vassar, they put up 4 in their last inning of work. Now it brings up the Bombers here in the bottom of the second. Looking to see how they respond. Connor Peterson is the first one up. Pitch runs high, 1-0 count. Pitch 2 makes it a 2-0 count. Will Darrell on the bump for the opposing Vassar Brewers. Connor Peterson, the senior, looks at another one outside, and just like that, he's up 3-0.
Peterson quickly ahead in the count, 3-0. Have to be smart here, need base runners if you're the Bombers, down 2 runs.
3-0 pitch, called strike, 3-1. Peterson was taken the whole way. Three-one pitch, that one's high as well, and Peterson will trot over to first base, takes the walk. That's a positive way to start the inning for the Bombers bats. Another positive mark in this lineup. Mr. $1 Million worth of game, Logan Scully, the senior out of Arnold, Maryland. Came into their last matchup against Brockport on a 4-game hitting streak. That one got broken up in that matchup. Looks at the first pitch, also high. Looking at Logan Scully, previously played at George Mason University as well as Cloud County Community College. Found his way to the Bombers through that path, and in his senior season, put together a real good campaign. Looks at a strike, 1-1 count.
Yeah, Scully's batting .281 on the season with 16 ribbies, 18 hits. Been one of their top catchers so far.
Contact into the shallow outfield, trails towards center, catch is made. Peterson will walk back to first. Jensen Bergman was well under that one. That's the first out of the Bombers inning.
Good job by Bergman tracking that one. He's moving over to his right and playing that one well.
And the sun hasn't been shining this bright on the South Hill in a long time. Fellas on both teams, both going out and having to make some plays. But with Scully down, it brings up the third baseman, Ryan Lobsher. Looks at pitch number 1 outside, 1-0 count. Ryan Lobsher, a really interesting hitter. He finds ways to get on base in a variety of ways. He can hit, he knows how to take a walk, and even gets hit by the pitch. Top 5 and hit by pitch.
Yeah.
Might be a little sore on his arm, but this guy,
He knows how to wear one.
he's one tough cookie.
Yeah.
And it looks like Vassar going to have a word with their starter, Will Darrell. On the opposite side, Coach Tad Skelly. He's familiar with the Ithaca area. Actually got some family ties. His sister, Coach Wahila of Ithaca College field hockey. So he knows his way around.
Certainly does. Also his first season here as a Vassar Brewer head coach.
And he has plenty of experience to get here. Coached at Gordon College for the last 2 seasons previously before coming to Vassar. And he's been around some Division I programs as well in smaller roles. He worked with Northwestern and Notre Dame. So he has experience at all levels. He said Vassar felt like the spot that he can make the biggest impact. And we're seeing it here.
Yeah.
Up in the Liberty League playoff crossover game early.
Yeah. There goes the score sheet. But Colin, yeah, I think Vassar head coach Ted Skelly was also an assistant coach in the NESCAC for a little bit.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, he's definitely got the experience. And at Liberty League playoff game, he can definitely use that experience to the best of his ability for sure.
Well, hopefully that experience comes in handy. He gave Will Darrow a word on the bump. Throws another one high. 3-0 count.
Bomber dugout getting loud, trying to get in Darrell's head here. Try to pick up a few runs after giving up a couple in that top of the inning.
That's another one high. That Bombers dugout explodes, and Tom, you're right. That might be getting in his head. And that's another walk. 2 Bombers on the base paths. And this isn't your typical 9-hole hitter. Talk about it quite often when you bring up this Bombers team, but Riley Brody the senior out of Rome, New York. He hits with the best of them, manning that 9-hole spot. It's like having a second leadoff guy.
It really is. I mean, he's batting .298 on the season with 34 hits and 27 RBIs. So just having that as your 9-hole and then flipping the order over it's all
dangerous.
you want.
Well, Brady looked at the first one, 0-1 count. Lobster is leading off first. Scully leading off second. Peterson leading off second. Another strike, 0-2 count.
Let's see if Darryl could try to attack Brody here. He had a couple righties up last at bat. He finds the one lefty and then a lot more lefties. Let's see if this could try to work in his favor a little bit.
He's got one out on the board. Fires it in, and Brody's going to go down looking. After multiple walks off not a whole lot of competitive pitches, 3 straight strikes puts Brody down.
Good job by Darryl working back after those 2 walks. Got Scully to pop out to the outfield and then a strikeout here. Good job by Darryl to work back and find himself with an opportunity to get out of this with 1 out.
2 outs on the board brings back the leadoff man, Andrew McDermott, grad student out of Little Falls, New Jersey, by way of Quinnipiac and Queens of Charlotte. Looks at a low pitch, 1-0 count. And you see the average, of course, get better every year. You jump from the D1 levels to the D3. You expect as much. He was hitting .237 at Quinnipiac, .283 at Queens of Charlotte. This season, closer to .360. Taking a huge jump. Looks at another one outside, 2-0 count. Game started all Ithaca. Vassar in the top of the second put their bats to use. Another pitch runs high. 3-0 count for McDermott.
Seeing a little inconsistency here from Darryl. A walk, then a pop out, then another walk, and then a strikeout. Now 3-0 count to McDermott. So
giving us a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Another 3-0 count. McDermott taking all the way. Strike down the middle makes it 3-1. Runners on first and second. Andrew McDermott gets a piece of that one. Popped up. There's going to be a play made by the third baseman. Lost in the sun, in and out of the glove. And Stockman is not happy.
Slam the grass. Another similar to what happened for the Bombers last inning. An opportunity to get out of it with 2 outs. Just dropped that one. Unfortunate, but Darryl has worked himself back in this count now. It's a 3-2 count, what was a 3-0 count, so a big pitch coming up here.
I know Stockman's going to want that one back, but Darryl can make him forget about that real quick if he's able to put down McDermott. Pitches in, outside, and McDermott takes his base. Another walk for the Bombers. Brings up a make-or-break opportunity for Ethan McDonough so early in this game. Always a chance to come back, but with runners occupying every base in the infield, Ethan McDonough, one of the best power hitters on this team, you feel like something dangerous could happen at any moment. Looks at the first one, 0-1 count. Two outs on the board. Bottom of the second, the Bombers trail 2-4. Ethan McDonough sends that one foul territory behind him, making it an 0-2 count. Connor Peterson mans third base. Brian Lobster over on second. And the leadoff man, Andrew McDermott, at first. 0-2 pitch is well high. 1-2. Well, Darryl, after a first inning that he would have wanted back, got out of it because of a great throw from Milano behind the plate that got Feeney out at second. Now here in the second inning, has a chance to keep the Bombers scoreless, and he does just that. McDonough takes a hefty hack well off the mark, and Will Darryl, even with a scare and a couple of walks along the way, puts the Bombers down with no runs on the board.
The sophomore showing what he could do, loads up the bases, but 2 outs, gets out of a big jam, keeps this game 4-2, keeps this game 4-2 Brewers.
Well, the Bombers leave 3 on the base paths. When we return, Vassar will bring up Barrientos, Milano, and Raina at the very least. We hope you stick around. It's a good one here. We enter the top of the third inning on the Bomber Sports Network when we return. Welcome back to the Liberty League crossover series here on the Bomber Sports Network. A 4-2 game in favor of the Vassar Brewers as we enter the top of the third. If you're just joining us, I'm Colin Martin, joined by my broadcast partner Tom Morrow. And it's been a mix of some real good pitching and some real good hitting across the way. High scoring through two, but not for a lack of effort from both of these pitchers.
Yeah, Bombers put up 2 in the first, and then Vassar answered with 4. And the Bombers pitching staff, Jack Picozzi, and the defense out to work here in the top of the third inning, trying to settle in, and hopefully the offense could wake up. They had a prime opportunity last inning with the bases loaded. There was 2 outs in that one, and just couldn't execute and couldn't get that job done. So Picozzi's back out for another inning.
Picozzi let up 4 in his last frame of work, finds himself in a 1-2 count, going up against Luke Barrientos. Barrientos sends it to center field. Feeney got a bad read but got back in plenty of time, and that'll be out number 1 of the third. Brings up Mark Milano. Made a highlight play in the first inning of action on the defensive end. Got the speedy Colin Feeney out at second base. Last time he had the bat in his hands, laid down a bunt, advanced his runner to second. This time, no runners on the base path for him. He'll have a chance to put that bat to work in the traditional sense, 1-0 count. Looks at his second offering, called strike 1-1.
Milano, one of the senior catchers on this team. 16 ribbies, 18 runs, leadership, and just the way he handles himself, goes about himself, carries himself on this team. That's coming back towards us.
Tom, going to have to put that one on the highlight tape. That was almost a barehanded snag mid-conversation. They don't put that one in the record books, but I'll keep that one in the back of my mind for
maybe
a long time.
5 to 10 feet higher. Might have had that one.
I know a professional team up in Toronto that could use some defense. Might have to get you on the squad. Pitch is high, 2-2 count. Tom, as you were saying, the leadership for Milano, it comes in a big way. He's not just someone that happens to be a senior and happens to be in the spot. He's someone that's worked his way for us. He sends one to second base. Connor Peterson, Ethan Fantel, that's out number 2.
So after a rough inning last inning for Picozzi, 2 quick outs, and an opportunity to get right out of this.
Yeah, and he's found a way, 2 straight batters, 2 straight moments of weak contact that you'll take any day. So Picozzi, after it felt like he was on the bump for hours in that last inning, he's moving quickly. Carter Raina, he steps in the box, looks at the first one, called strike 0-1. Picozzi fires in a heater, looked at by Raina, 0-2. Picozzi finds himself in a very favorable pitcher's count. 2 outs, top of the third, nobody on the bases. Ricardo Raina looks at one outside. Scully stays in front of it, 1-2.
Raina last time up with an RBI single with a runner on second to give Vassar their first run. So he's 1 for 1.
And last time he shot that one right to Feeney at center field. It bounced right in front of him. Some really good placement of the ball. And he looks at strike number 3. Ricardo Raina tried to put his good eyes to use, but that one called strike. And just like that, Picozzi, after a second inning of disaster, has a clean sheet in the third.
Yeah, great off-speed pitch right there. Found the outside corner. Rainier didn't know what to do with it. And the Bombers get themselves out of a quick inning and looking to potentially tie this one up or take the lead.
Well, the bats have came alive for both sides. That's the second really strong inning of work. Second inning of 3 up, 3 down for Jack Bacozzi, the sophomore, on the Bombers bump. When we return, we see more of Will Darrell for the Vassar Brewers, and we see Camden Laney, Ethan Fantel, and Colin Feeney. That's a whole lot of pop and a whole lot of speed on the way. Stick with us for the bottom of the third here on the Bomber Sports Network for the Liberty League Crossover Series. Ooh. Joined by Tom Morrow for some Liberty League crossover action. The Bombers trail 2-4. The big sophomore bat out of Decatur, Georgia, Camden Laney, will open up the bottom of the third. And Tom, it feels like there's been 2 games going on at once. We're seeing some really strong hitting, but in flashes, we've seen some of the best of 2 of the best pitchers around the conference.
Yeah, we have. We've seen each pitcher be able to work out of certain situations. You know, they get themselves into tough situations, able to work out of it. Sometimes the hitting's been able to capitalize on it. But prime opportunity with the top of the lineup up here with 3, 4, and 5 for the Bombers. So they're down 2 runs. They're going to be looking to be smart at the plate, be disciplined, and try to capitalize on some runs here in the bottom of the third.
For the Bombers, one of the best hitting teams around the conference. You got to trust your bats. Cam Delaney is no exception. He's in a 2-0 count. Make it 2-1 with a strike. Cam Delaney, we've seen him handling designated hitter duties, and we saw 2 straight games where he pinch hit, was intentionally walked, and then pinch ran for, so he was able to put up 2 RBIs across 2 games and about 30 total seconds of picking up your bat. That's always a good thing. Fouled off that last one, making a 2-2 count. It's just a hitter that nobody wants to be up against. Chips that to foul territory. Stockman's going to have a play on it and lets it fall by him once again. That's the second time where Stockman's lost it in the sun in a very similar spot.
Yeah, you just hate that if you're a pitcher. You know, you could see that. Your defense trying to make a play there. Obviously, the sun may be a factor, but, you know, I was once a pitcher here, Colin, and those ones just hurt you.
Can't be a great feeling, and
especially if the leadoff guy gets on. That comes back to haunt you.
When he chips that one off foul territory, and if it weren't a slap in the face enough for Stockman, here comes the shade right in that foul territory near third base. 2-2 count for Darrell on the bump. Cam Delaney trying to work his way out of this one, find his way on base. That's going to be a big swing off target, and Darrell sits him down.
Yeah, so a foul ball just doesn't come back to haunt you. You come back as a pitcher, come out stronger, and get that strikeout. A good job by Darrell. And what's really impressed me with both these pitchers today, they're both sophomores. They're both young. They don't have as much experience as a junior or senior would. They're kind of just going out and doing their thing and showing up what they could do best.
And both of them have really strong senior starters behind them as well. It's been really impressive to see how both of these younger guys, in Ithaca's case, maybe haven't separated themselves from the pack. We know on any given day what Colin Lehner can do, but for both of them, getting the nod of approval in what, at the end of the day, is a must-win game. Speaking of young guys, it's Ethan Fantel in the box, up 2-0 in the count. Talked earlier about the incredible season he's put together. If you stick around for Game 2, Matt Chavoni, Luke Fitzpatrick on the call, I'm sure they'll give you more of that. We've all been quite impressed with what he's put together. Sees his first strike of this at-bat, 2-1 count. Talking about the scheduling a little bit originally. Planned on having a noon affair on Saturday and a late afternoon game today. Bombers and Brewers alike trying to dodge some weather. So the only series around the conference that has turned into a Friday doubleheader is the one you're going to be enjoying today. And gives the opportunity for, if there happens to be a sweep, one of these teams moves on with an extra day of rest. Pitch is high. Ethan Fantel takes his base, and that's the first walk of the frame for Darryl. Colin Feeney, he's back up, and last time you saw him with that RBI single over in shallow right. Of course, if you're Feeney, want to put that bat to use once again.
Yeah, he gave Ithaca a 2-0 lead back in the bottom of the first with a single to right center field.
And Feeney, we know he has power, but he almost just poked that one out to shallow right field.
Yeah, just he was way out in front of it.
He'll take that all day. Pops one up high. First base is going to make a call on it, and he's got it. Nice catch from Mark Hine. He was also looking right into the sun. And Feeney goes down. Brings up Cotter Peterson for the second time today. He took a walk in his last at-bat, one of the batters that Darryl faced where he was just well off target and high. Throws a ball on his first pitch, 1-0 count. Fantel at first. Gotta give him credit, plenty of wheels for his size, but not someone you expect to take off.
Yeah, especially with 2 outs here. Kind of just trust your hitter.
Puts Darryl in a spot where he knows what he's going up against.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to be checking on the guy at first between every pitch. So he fired another one outside, 2-0 count. Connor Peterson showcased a really good eye this season. He'll look at
with the lefty though, you have to expect a good move. You have to respect his lefty move.
Darryl takes second, tying up his cleat. Shout out to Darryl. No Skechers promotion, but that's why you always got to have some Velcro on your toes. 2-1 count for Darryl. No laughing matter for him. I can sit up here and make my jokes, but Darryl wants to get out of this inning clean. 2 outs, 2-1 count. Pitch to Peterson, low, 3-1. Ethan Fantel, the first year, stands at first base. The Bombers trail 2-4, 2 outs in third inning of work. Connor Peterson sees it, likes it, walks over to first. That's his second forced walk of the game, and it's going to bring up Logan Scully with runners on first and second.
Scully up with a prime opportunity, runners on first and second. A ball in the gap may even score Peterson. So you're just thinking just try to find a gap or something that you like here if you're a hitter.
2 outs. First pitch is outside, 1-0 count.
Look how deep left fielder's playing. He's almost playing the wall.
Showing respect to Scully's power.
Yeah.
Also, maybe reading the scouting report that Scully pulls quite often.
Yeah.
Got to respect that. Pitch outside, 2-0. And Darryl, he started this inning in a pretty good way. Struck out Laney. He walks Fantel, which isn't what you like, but then got Feeney out of there real quick. Now in a spot that you don't love. 2-0 count. 2-1 count with the strike. Got the big man Fantel staying on second base. Connor Peterson at first. Well, Darryl fires one in. Scully swings at it. Deuces on the board. And Darryl, he's been cooking with gas. Already 5 strikeouts on the day. Would love to get 6 here, but any out in play will do. 2-2 count. 2 outs. Scully, there's 6. Swings at it and goes down. Just like that, another scary inning for Will Darryl. Ends with 0 runs and runners left on the base paths for the Bombers. Well, that wraps up the first 3 innings of play. When we return, we look to inning number 4. The Ithaca College Bombers 2, the Vassar College Brewers 4 in Game 1 of the Liberty League crossover series. Stick with us here on the Bomber Sports Network. We'll be back before you know it. Network entered the top of the 4th in what has been a very exciting game. Vassar coming in as what many would consider an underdog on the road. Well, their bat's been hot early. They open up with a 4-2 lead. Jack Coates, the sophomore, stays on the bump, and Dan Latterman is in the box. First pitch called strike, a little sweeping action, 0-1.
How about last inning, the sophomore Will Darrow getting out of a nice jam, giving up 2 runs early in this game in the first inning, as that one's fouled back, giving up 2 runs early in the first inning, and then back-to-back innings scoreless. Good job out of him, really stepping up big for this Brewers pitching staff.
Yeah, and Tom, we mentioned it a moment ago, don't let the score fool you. We've seen some really good things from both of these young pitchers, both being put in incredibly competitive spots. So that pitch is just as competitive as ever, but called ball, 1-2. Both of these guys, they've come on in a big way this season, and they're showing some of their best stuff in this game. They're just both happen to be facing some really good bats. There's a competitive pitch. A big hack is a strikeout, and down goes Dan Latterman. Brings up the third baseman, Noah Stockman, sophomore out of Huntington Beach, California. We've seen some mishaps in the infield from Stockman, haven't resulted in any runs being put up on the board, but not having a defensive day that he's loving so far. Fouls that one deep into left, lands in the bullpen.
Let's see if Stockman can maybe make up for that with his bat here.
Yeah, for Stockman, hasn't been the hitting season that you desire. Your on-base percentage is under 300, but we've seen the power. 2 homers, 12 RBIs.
He showed glimpses of it.
He can put bat on ball. He'll look at one there. 1-1 count. And for Picozzi, anytime you see that first batter go down, you get glimpses of that first frame of action as Stockman tips one off into foul territory behind him. It's just hard not to think of that first frame. That's easily the best inning we've seen from Picozzi all season. Putting together still a pretty good game, fighting off a second that he'd like to have back. Stockman fouled off to left field once again. Count stays 1-2.
Fighting off some good pitches, similar to his first at-bat where he worked from a 1-2 count to a 3-2 count, just fighting off some pitches.
And he goes down swinging. Well, 2 batters faced, 2 strikeout swingings, and I say reminiscent about that first inning of action. Well, it started the same. Picozzi's dealing.
Yeah. He sure is. Back-to-back strikeouts here in the top of the 4th. Great job from Jack Picozzi.
Well, Picozzi picks up his 6th strikeout of the game as he faces the 9-hole hitter, Brad Markind. Fires pitch outside, 1-0 count. Markind thought about it, well outside, 2-0. Bombers trail 2-4. In the top of the 4th inning. Picozzi fires his first strike of the at-bat, 2-1. What has been quite a beautiful day for baseball here on the South Hill. I'll bring the sentiment once again that we don't get to say that too often. Ooh, that went out to the parking lot.
That one hit a car.
That's unfortunate. Deuces on the board. Glad I didn't park there. And that netting behind home plate, you think it could just be a touch higher.
Yeah, agreed.
But I don't write the checks here, and I don't put up the net, so what do I care? 2-2 pitch. Fired off. Riley Brody's got to play on it. Bumps into Lobster, but still gets to throw over Fantel, and the Bombers walk out of this inning clean.
3 up, 3 down for Picozzi. Great job in the top of the fourth. Bombers still trail 4-2.
Well, we'll see how those Bombers bats respond when we return. It's Ryan Lobster, Riley Brody, Andrew McDermott, and who knows, maybe more when we come back for the bottom of the fourth. It's been an exciting one here on the Bomber Sports Network. You're going to want to stick around. Colin Martin, Tom Morrow, have your call when we return. Sports Network. 4-2 ball game. Vassar leads Ithaca College Bombers. Ryan Lobster steps into the box, and the sophomore Will Darrell continues to stay on the bump. He's put together a heck of a game thus far. Ryan Lobster, the third baseman, sees the first pitch, sees a first strike, 0-1. And we've seen what Lobster can do with the glove. Great defensive fielder as he shoots one out. Called fair, is fair. Rounding first is Lobster. Play at second. The throw's off from left field, and just like that, a looper that looked like it might have landed in foul territory. It's well fair. And Lobster lands on second base. What a way to start the frame.
Great job by Lobster getting that one right down the third base line. From our angle, we have a great angle of this one, and it did land fair right on the line. And he worked himself easily into second base with a double.
Well, you'll take that all day. It brings up Riley Brody. Gave him so much credit for being one of those guys that you slide in the 9-hole, but he's really a second leadoff hitter. Struck out looking last time. Going to try to improve on that. Looks at the first pitch outside, 1-0 count. And we talked about how the Bombers need that jolt of momentum. It feels like the bats got to wake up at some point after such a strong first inning of work. That's a great way to start. Lobster's a guy who has some great stuff going on in the batter's box, but isn't the most effective in this lineup. You would never guess by that swing. Full confidence. Now Brody's in a 2-0 count, 3-0. Pitch is well high. And Will Darrell, he really hasn't been shaken up all game, but we're seeing a glimpse here early in the fourth.
Maybe him losing a little confidence, a leadoff double. Now three straight balls.
Brody takes 3-1.
He just has to find himself and be able to work back in this count. He has the lefty-lefty matchup in favor of himself. What I mentioned a lot in this game, a lot of those top-of-the-order guys are lefties.
Here's Brody. Got a piece of that one out to right field. There's going to be a play at the wall, and it's well over. Riley Brody, the senior. Sayonara baseball. There's 2 runs in a big way. Riley Brody brings home Lobster, and it's a party at home plate. Tie ball game Bombers.
How about an answer from the Bombers? Lefty-lefty matchup. Brody with a fastball drills that to right field over the 353 mark. And that one's sitting out there in the trees. Bombers tie this one up 4-4.
I always say don't park your car in foul territory, but I should have allowed a warning for those who parked in right field. Brody was all over that one, hit a rope out to right, and now no outs on the board, tie ball game. Here's Andrew McDermott.
Whole new ball game.
Chops one to the pitcher, caught in the air, and after so much hype and momentum, McDermott gives us a chance to breathe. First out of the inning for the Bombers.
Yeah, it's a brand new ball game for Jack Bacozzi and Will Darrell. You know, if you're a pitcher here now, this is a 0-0 ball game. You got to just go out there and do your thing. You can't really let any of this affect you. You got to still have your confidence and be able to go out there and perform.
Well said. As Ethan McDonough steps into the box, he's the first one for strikeout one.
Huge turn of events there for the Bombers, and they needed that.
Pitch is high, 1-1 count. Seems like for Darrell, when he's missing, it is high. Throwing pitches well out of the zone, up towards the neck region of multiple Bombers. Well in front of that is McDonough. Going to be 1-2 count. And what a hit from Brody. I mean, that was about as good of a no-doubter as you can have in this ballpark. As McDonough looks at a ball of 2-2. Brody's 5th homer of the year. Came in a very big way.
All Luke Barrientos out in right field for the Brewers could do is just watch that one fly over his head.
Yeah, he's one of the only people in the park that had a better view than us of that homer. McDonough chops that one foul. 2-2. Down to the senior out of Southington, Connecticut. 2 plate appearances this game, 2 strikeouts swinging. 2-2 count, 1 out, 4-4 ball game. Another high pitch makes it full. And Darrell's got to work to get out of this at bat. Ethan McDonough chops it foul past the third baseman. What a beautiful day for some baseball. No doubt about it. This game just means more. If you can catch your camera view, you can catch someone in the Ethan McDonough jersey watching along lovingly. And they're about as excited as we are as McDonough gets walked, finds his way to first base. And with 1 out on the board, the Bombers got 1 on the base paths.
Brings up Camden Delaney.
Cam Delaney went down swinging in his last at-bat. Hit an RBI double his first time up. First pitch he's swinging. Popped up high towards the third baseline. Shortstop comes to make a play and he gets it. Stockman's waved off, but Herring Jackson, the senior, comes all the way over to make that play. And 1 pitch, 1 out, 2 total for Ethan Fantel with McDonough on first. Tie ball game, 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th. Fantel sees one, 0-1. Oh, 1, 0-2, fouled off by Fantel. Darrell, 0-2 pitch. Fouled off once again. Senior Ethan McDonough going to take his lead off first. The freshman, Ethan Fantel, in the batter's box. It's a tie ball game, 0-2 count, 2 outs here at Freeman Field. Pitch is high, 1-2. And what a way for the Liberty League aficionados around the league to open up playoff play. First game of the day. Boys, have been a good one.
It certainly has been, yeah. 4-4 game through 4 so far.
Can't complain. Pitch high, 2-2. Rochester is going to travel to Saratoga Springs, take on Skidmore. little Rochester battle a little bit later in the day, too, as one school takes on Skidmore and Saratoga, and RIT will travel to RPI. As Fantel lines that one to right field, McDonough's rounding third. Fantel will hold up at first, and that single puts runners on first and third. What a good hit from the freshman Fantel.
Great job by Fantel, just adding on to that batting average, getting on base. And now Bombers, runners at the corner with 2 outs, not going away here in the 4th.
You get a little bit excited. You can hear the vibrato come up a little bit more. Something good maybe on the horizon with the senior Colin Feeney in the box. Runners on first and third. And just like that, you don't want to say the Bombers felt hopeless. You know the bats can come alive, but it wasn't a strong feeling of happiness around the ballpark, you could say. Just like that, Colin Feeney, one of the first guys you'd want in this spot, here he is. Saw the first pitch, 1-0 count.
Feeney already has himself an RBI on the day, looking for another.
McDonough's going to walk in from third base on the wild pitch. And just like that, Fantel goes to second. The Bombers bring in another run, and there's a lead for Ithaca.
Yeah, just a pass ball. You hate to see it if you're Will Darrell in this Vassar team, especially with a guy on third. He's going to take home, and just like that, the Bombers take the lead.
Yeah, originally shot a wild pitch, but pass ball, the correct call. Milano just misplayed that one, so an unfortunate shout for Darrell. And still, you got a runner on second now, and you're in a 3-0 count to Colin Feeney. So the spot only gets tougher. Bombers with that 5-4 advantage now. Pitches inside. 4 pitches. And a walk for Colin Feeney. Jogs over to first. Fantel ties up his cleats at second. And who else but Connor Peterson to come up in this situation?
Yeah, Peterson has a couple walks on the day. He's been patient at the plate. So we just saw a 4-pitch walk. Let's see if Peterson maybe takes the first pitch or see what he does.
Yeah, and Coach Skelly's going to have a word with Will Darrell on the bump. We talked about for some of these sophomores, some of these younger pitchers across the board, you can start off so strong, but really whoever has the better day comes down to whoever kept their head stronger throughout the game. Not to say Darrell has completely fallen apart, but it's got much, much tougher for him on the bump. Coach Skelly going to see if he can try to work that out.
Yeah, it looks like he kind of derailed after that home run, you know.
It's a difference maker, especially in your away ballpark. The fans got rowdy. The broadcasters got rowdy, and you can count on really any time that Ithaca dugout is going to get really excited. So the energy definitely took a big shift in that moment. Well, the entire infield wraps around Coach Skelly and Will Darrell. Vassar now trails 5-4 in this ball game, but with 2 outs, Darrell has a chance to get out of this. Connor Peterson, the senior, he's had 2 times up at the plate, was walked both times. Hypothetically, if we got in that situation again, it would load the bases for Logan Scully. But Peterson, look at the first one. 1-0 count. And boy, Tom, those guys are barking in the dugout.
Yeah, these guys are in it now. They're up 1. They want to just try to get in the pitcher's head. It's been working.
I'm no psychology major, but when you see those guys getting as excited as they are, and you're seeing the way that Darrell's pitching has taken that steep decline, I'd have to agree it's working so far. That'll quiet it down for a moment. 2-1 count with the pitch down the middle. Fantel leading off second. Colin Feeney leading off first. Connor Peterson sees another ball. 3-1 with 2 outs. No such thing as a prediction in broadcasting, but it's been up twice. He's been walked both times. He's in a very favorable count here. But he'll look at it, make it full.
Good pitch there from Darrell. Knows that he maybe walked this guy Peterson a couple times. He got to try to work back in the count. Did that. Now got himself in a 3-2 count.
Pitches in. Peterson pops it between first base and shallow right field. Second baseman tries to make a play all the way over. That brings home Fantel. Feeding sliding into home head first. He's in 2, and that ball just landed in no man's land. Nobody on the Brewers could call it. And just like that, a 2 RBI single for Peterson in one of the strangest ways you're going to find.
And that's great base running right there from the Bombers. 3-2 count, 2 outs. The runners are going to be going no matter what. And like you said, it just dropped in no man's land, and the Bombers scored 2, and they put up a 5 spot so far here in the bottom of the 4th.
You talk about the day for Will Darrell. That's just not what you like to see. A really strange play. Rainier came all the way over for a ball that probably was going to be Mark Hines or Barriendos's. Either one of them could make a play. Rainier calls him off to slide in. It's just not close enough.
It looked like Mark Hines was the closest one in the area, but
felt like he could have got that.
Yeah, I feel like it is easier to catch a ball coming in than going out.
Of course. Well, miscommunication brings up Scully, who lines one in the gap between third and short. Advances Peterson, who will slide into third. Not in the smoothest fashion, but still lands there. And it brings Scully on first. Just like that, the Bombers continue to build this lead, and they just will not go down.
They won't. And talk about a 2-out rally. I mean, they're keeping this thing alive right now. First and third now with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th, and Darrell's struggling just to get out of this.
And if you missed Ryan Lobster the first time in this 4th inning, here he is again. We've made it all the way through the lineup. He's got runners on first and third. The Bombers now take a 7-4 lead. And as Tom mentioned, this 2-out rally has been something special. Lobster looks at the first one. 1-0 count. Swings at it. High in the air to center field. Ball's caught just barely. Bergman had to jump just a hop to get it in, but he got it. That closes out the 4th inning for the Ithaca College Bombers. 5 runs, plenty of hitting, and that was something special, Tom.
Really was. Great job out of them. A leadoff double from Lobster, then the home run really gave all the momentum, and they just took it and ran with it. They got 5 runs in the bottom of the 4th. A lot of ball game left. To the top of the 5th we go.
Top of the 5th, we're going to see the top of the order for the Vassar Brewers. Herring Jackson will be the first name that we call when we return. Well, the Bats came alive here on the South Hill, and the Ithaca College Bombers, they put together a frame that you won't want to forget. Still plenty of game left to be played. You're going to want to stick around right here on the Bomber Sports Network. Game 1 of the Liberty League crossover series, the Ithaca College Bombers host the Vassar Brewers. And after a bottom of the 4th that got the Bombers 5 runs on the board, sophomore Jack Picozzi gets to go back to work on the bump.
Yeah, similar to that, kind of how he came into that 2nd inning up in the game with 2 runs. He's now up with 3 runs, 7-4. Let's see if he could kind of settle in and find himself a little bit of a groove here in the 5th inning.
Starts with Birch Herring Jackson. 2 very different at-bats that he's had in this game. First at-bat of the game, he struck out swinging on a hefty one. The last time he was up, he was walked with the bases loaded and brought an RBI. He gets a foul tip, 1-2. Herring Jackson, he's shown a lot of patience throughout both of those at-bats. But Picozzi stayed in the driver's seat thus far, 1-2 count. 1-2 pitch fired in. And swung on. Scully makes the play, gets it over to first, and down goes Herring Jackson.
Very similar to that 1st inning. With the strikeout, he does it again.
The strikeout number 7 thus far for Jack Picozzi. As Jensen Bergman comes back to the plate, he was another guy that struck out in his first appearance, but the last time he was up, that was a 2 RBI single, a shot over to right field. First pitch well high, 1-0.
Bergman, a junior outfielder, hit .373 in his freshman campaign. 31 total hits with 6 extra base hits. Really made himself known and kind of taken on a bigger role here in his junior season.
Yeah, arguably the best hitter on this team. Gets on base the most out of any of these guys. Works his way into a 2-1 count. Jensen Bergman out of Princeton, New Jersey. Sees the ball for a 3-1 count.
Exactly what Ithaca needed when they were trailing as base runners. That's exactly what the Brewers need here, is just base runners.
Fouled out to left field. That would be well out of play. 3-2. Full count. And Tom, just what a bottom of the fourth for the Bombers bats. I mean, has changed the whole momentum of this game. And as we mentioned, Cozy's going to try to build off that with a good outing. What a play! Lobster dives in from third, gets his glove on it, and Bergman robbed of a base hit. What a shot from Lobster. He was shot out of a cannon.
Yeah, what a catch from Lobster. I mean, straight just dove right to his left side, and ball was right in his mitt when he dove. Couldn't have set it up any better.
Well, that's some incredible stuff for Ryan Lobster, and Picozzi's going to pat him on the back for that later. Brings up Tayson Jemison. Late on the first pitch, swings at it, 0-1.
Jemison, 2 strikeouts on the day so far. It's been more their power hitter, but we haven't seen that so far today.
Jemison usually has been offering this Vassar team a good mix of power and on-base percentage. He's so respected for his pop that often he can draw a walk. Cozy's not giving him that same respect early, just firing balls down the middle. Jemison hasn't caught him yet. That one's well outside.
Whether it's a fastball off speed, really just trying to mix it up and do anything he can to strike him out because he knows he can be lethal at the plate.
And credit to Picozzi. He's got Jemison well off his timing thus far, but we know Jemison can always fight back. We'll see if he can do it here. 1-2. There's some contact out to right field. McDermott slides over, makes a play on it. And as we mentioned, Jemison, he knows how to fight. And there it is. There's a single. Keeps the Vassar Brewers alive.
Yeah, he finds himself on the base path for the first time today.
Brings up Luke Barrientos, senior out of Ridgefield, Connecticut. Jemison stands on first. The Bombers with a 7-4 lead and 2 outs on the board. Barrientos. That one in between center and left. Feeney picks it up, and there's another single. So now 2 base runners, and Vassar trying to make a 2-out rally of their own.
Back-to-back base hits for Vassar, yeah. 2 outs. Good piece of hitting from Barrientos. Just dropped it right in left center. Nobody there. Found some grass and was able to get on. Now Picozzi going to try to work out of this situation with Mark Milano up.
Scully goes up and gives him a chat. Mark Milano, the senior catcher, back up to bat. Runners on first and second. The Bombers keep that 7-4 lead. If Picozzi has anything to say about it, they'll walk out of this inning with that same score. Big swing from Mark Milano, 0-1. Jemison on second, Barrientos on first. Pitch outside. Scully grabs it, nobody takes off, 1-1.
Smart there. You don't want to make a third out on the base path when you have runners on.
Jemison likely wasn't going to test out the arm of Scully. We saw a steal earlier in this game from Rania. It's the only funny business we've seen on the base paths. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Picozzi. Outside, 2-1. Scully motions his hands towards the ground, almost saying, calm down. We got this.
Settle in. You got 2 outs. All you need is 1.
1 out gets the Bombers out of this frame. Still with that 7-4 advantage. Here's a big swing. Popped up. Looks like Peterson's under it. Glove in the air. and it's caught. The Bombers get out untouched. The score remains 7-4. Well, no funny business from Vassar as we enter the bottom frame of the fifth. Colin Martin, Tom Morrow. We're going to do a little bit of switching action ourselves. You get your man Tom on the call. I'll be providing you your color. And when we return, some more opportunity on the way for both of these squads. Stick around right here on the Bomber Sports Network.
To the bottom of the fifth we go. 7-4, the Bombers lead. A big inning, last inning in the bottom of the fourth, capitalized on 5 runs. And the Vassar Brewers are going to send out Sage Roy Berman from Alameda, California, a sophomore pitcher with a 9.13 ERA, 23 earned runs and 29 strikeouts this season. He's going to go out in the bottom of the fifth for some work for the Brewers.
Yeah, and that ERA, of course, not where you want it to be. That's what stands out on the stat sheet. But it was inflated. He had some very bad starts to open up the year. In recent games, he's been coming in more important spots, and he's someone that the Vassar pitching coach, the coaches room in general, trusts to go out there. Comes into this game trailing, but just going to have to go out there. Another lefty handled this action. And if he can put together some quality innings, it gives Vassar a chance to fight back in.
Go out there and just get some outs and kind of trust your offense. That brings up Riley Brody. So 7-4 ball game. Bombers with a huge inning just last inning. Riley Brody with that 2-run home run last inning. He's stepping up to the plate. Here comes the pitch. That's high and away, ball 1. Here comes the 1-0. Upstairs, ball 2.
For Roy Berman, yeah, of course, haven't faced Brody thus far. It's your first batter, but you see him go yard the last time he's up. It sticks in the back of your head. You can tell that there's some mutual respect going on. He's not giving Brody anything competitive.
As he hits him there. And yeah, you got to, I guess he was looking to be careful with him, pitch him cautiously, and winds up hitting him on that third pitch. So Brody's on first base now. Brings up Andrew McDermott.
And if you're Vassar, it's really just playing off one very poor inning from your defense, but you can't let that snowball. And that might have to be the new nickname for Andrew McDermott. It always feels like he's the man that when it starts to rain for the opposing team, he makes it pour. This could just be a continuation of that here.
And we saw him bunt last time right back to the pitcher on a fly out. He squared around there. Umpires called it a strike, 0-1. Brody on first, nobody out, 0-1 count. Here comes the pitch. Upstairs, ball 1.
Curious to see how much Brody tests Berman on the bump from first. You get on your hit by a pitch, there's a little part of you that might just want to run just that much more.
That one just misses. You got to be a little bit careful, though, because he is a lefty, so.
2 straight lefties. It kind of throws off the rhythm of this team that likes to get active.
You don't want to get picked off.
Exactly. You got to stay safe out there. Continue to build on a positive inning.
Absolutely. 2-1 now. Comes the pitch. That one fouled back to the screen, 2-2. McDermott batting .359 so far on the season. He's got Brody on first base with a 2-2 count. Swung on and missed, strike 3. A nice off-speed pitch there from Berman.
I'd say Troy Berman, coming out of Alameda, California, had to come a long way. He's not just a pitcher, he's a position player as well. He started some games in the outfield, so doing a little bit of the two-way action. Playing in 2025, missed all of last season with an injury. And there's his first out of his first playoff appearance. Came in a big way.
McDonough tried bunting that one, and that's fouled away, so 0-1.
McDonough not putting together the game that he desired. 2 strikeouts to open things up. He walked last time, which he'll take every time.
Brody on first, 0-1 count, 1 out. After that McDermott strikeout, that brings up McDonough. That one's a little low. 1-1 now. Swung on and missed, strike 2. Roy Berman just trying to keep his team in this game right where it is. They're trailing by 3 runs. Bottom 5. Here comes the 1-2. Swung on and missed. Roy Berman with back-to-back strikeouts. After a leadoff hit by pitch, Brody still stands on first, and that brings up Camden Laney.
Yeah, for McDonough, the timing just hasn't been where you wanted it. He's such a strong hitter. You expect that keep giving him at-bats, he's going to figure it out. Just hasn't got it so far. Maybe a little late inning revival is in store for him, but Camden Laney, this guy's had his bat in the right spot.
That one misses away. 1-0.
Gotta give Camden some credit. He came in last year as a first-year student and immediately made an insane impact on this team, kind of reminiscent of what Fantel's been doing this year at the first base position. And on a sophomore campaign, baseball is not a linear sport, as you know, Tom. Guys come in and sometimes they trail off after starting so strong. Laney's sophomore campaign has been nothing but spectacular. It shows the type of player he is. He's going to be a 4-year major contributor for this team.
Absolutely, a huge impact, and I mean, you couldn't have said it better. Those kind of 2 players, Fantel and Laney, they came in and just made huge impacts to the team's success and to their own success so far throughout the season. As Laney falls behind 1-2, 2 outs, bottom 5. Brody takes off, throw upstairs, throw down to second, not in time. Brody's in safely. So a stolen base for Riley Brody, as he got a good jump on that one. As we got 2s all around here, 2-2 count with 2 outs. That one's low. 3-2, full count now on Laney.
And now Tom, Roy Berman's really thinking about Brody on the base path. You see he was looking behind him nearly the whole time on his windup. Possibly threw off what he was looking to show Laney.
That one fouled off. Just trying to keep him close. You know, he knows he's a fast runner. He just stole second. You don't want him stealing third. And really just letting him score in a way. We saw that already happen once this game on a wild pitch that he scored. So you just trying to eliminate any of that.
And the senior catcher, Mark Milano, trying to keep his wits together, gave him a fresh new ball, said, let's get this. And it's a big spot, of course.
Roy Berman with the 3-2 count. Sets and deals. That's going to be low, ball 4. So Laney's on with a walk. First and second for the Bombers. 2 outs, 7-4 they lead. Brings up Ethan Fantel.
Talk about the impact he's made on this team. We were previewing it a bit with Laney. He becomes the full-time starter really late March. He's been manning that first base position for a majority of this season. He's just been so great. First time in the playoffs. Depends on who you ask. Some of these guys, it's no different as any other game. Some of these guys admit there's an added sense of pressure. Well, it's Fantel's first time. He has a chance to make his mark.
Fantel came into his first couple games for the Bombers as a pitcher. Didn't really work out so much. They moved him to first base, and he started hitting and started raking, and they really just seen him blossom from there.
It was a great choice, Tom. That's why these guys are the coaches, and we're just up here talking about it.
Exactly. That one finds the strike zone, 2-1. Roy Berman trying to work out of some trouble here with runners on, 2 outs. The 2-1 count. It's fouled back, 2-2.
And if Fantel can get something good here and boost on what the Bombers have been doing, of course you can check the scoreboard and see it's just been a couple of explosive frames for each team. But if the Bombers can keep the ball rolling here, admittedly it's going to be really hard for the Brewers to charge back.
Here comes the 2-2. That's in there, strike 3. A nice curveball right there, or slider from Roy Berman. Called an off-speed pitch. He got him looking. And that will do it for the 5th. To the top of the 6th we go, and Vassar's due up next. Top of the 6th we go, 7-4. The Ithaca Bombers have the lead over the Vassar Brewers. Thanks to a huge 5 spot in that 4th. And Jack Picozzi's out for another innings of work. He's kind of settled into this game after the Bombers put up some numbers in that 4th inning. He's only allowed a 4 spot in that 2nd inning and clean innings of work since.
The last time we saw him face Ricardo Reina, it came in a big way. He had 3 up, 3 down, closed that 3rd inning of work. Reina struck out looking.
Picozzi's ahead of Reina, 0-2 right now. Here comes the pitch. Inside, almost got him, but does not, so that'll make it 1-2. Just misses the outside corner.
Yeah, that was a really good spot for Picozzi. You think Reina was probably going to try something on that, some sort of swing, but he holds off. Called ball, 2-2.
That one's drilled into foul territory.
We saw Reina bring a runner back home with a shot he sent out to Colin Feeney early in this game.
Here comes the 2-2. Just missed once again. So 3-2 count.
Another really tough spot for Reina, showing some good discipline in there.
Definitely could be able to put a bat on that and lend that into right field. But choosing wisely to be disciplined at the plate. As that one's flied into foul territory. So we'll have a little bit of a do-over. Full count, 3-2. Picozzi will go from the windup. That one drilled to left field. That's going to be foul.
Funny little action we got over here. You guys might have caught it on your camera. The reliever for Vassar, Danny Wellner, he goes and finds that ball in the yard. Real heads-up guy. That foul ball landed right in the grass by the bleachers as Tom, we're putting our hands up, feeling the first couple drops of potential rain on the way.
Yeah, not ideal, but that one's ball 4, so Rainia's on with a walk after a 3-2 pitch. That one misses just a little bit low and away. I've certainly felt a couple drops here. Gonna put away the Mac, don't want to get that.
Got to keep the technology in order. My papers, hey, they can take a beating, but
yeah, the technology, not so much. Checks on Rainia is Picozzi, and he's in safely at first. So a runner on here for Vassar, 7-4 ball game. No outs, top of the 6th. Picozzi sets and deals to Barrientos, and that one's fouled. That's Daniel Latterman, that's my correction. The 0-1 just misses. So 1-1 to Latterman.
because he's going to have to give Rainia some respect over at first. We saw last time he took off, stole a bag. That's definitely going to be fresh in his mind as he checks on him.
Checks on him over once again. He's in safely. Latterman batted .230 last season with 23 hits and 19 RBIs. Has Rainia on here at first base, nobody out. That one's fouled back. So Rainia will have to go back to first base.
Takes the long way around. Liking the semantics there. Just hit a swim move on Connor Peterson, who stepped up. So you know Rainia's got some energy going. See if he tries to take off once again.
Because he checks on him once again. And he got him swinging. The 1-2 to Latterman because he gets him swinging. So one out. That'll bring up Noah Stockman.
That was a heck of a pitch from Picozzi. He threw off Latterman's whole sense of rhythm. And after allowing Rainia to get on first from the walk, that's a really good way to handle your second batter of the inning.
Because he did a good job just checking on the runner, then pitching. Checking on the runner, then pitching. And did that a couple times.
He didn't let it seep in his head. They were two separate things he was doing. They didn't blend to one. And as he checks on him again, that's a really good trait to have as a pitcher.
Yeah, just keeping the runner close, keeping him honest. So one out now, 7-4 ball game. Top six, runner on first for the Brewers. Because he pitches. That misses low.
And Picozzi currently sitting at 9 strikeouts. It's one of the highest totals he's had all season. Putting together some really good stuff. I think people around the park are just a little bit nervous after that second inning where he allowed 4 runs. But outside of that, he's been pitching really, really good frames.
Yeah, one misses low once again, so 2-0. Picozzi a strikeout away from double digits. 2-0 count, one out, runner on first. Swung on and missed. The steal. And Rainia in there safely.
Yeah, it looks like Picozzi gave Scully some of that off speed. It didn't give Scully the best chance to go make a play on the runner, cruising to second. So Rainia lands there safe. But Picozzi clearly just trying to pitch something competitive. You get the strike while you're at it, but heads up play from Rainia to attack.
Picozzi with a 2-1 count. Fouls that one off because you'd probably be better off just focusing on the hitter here. It's a 3-run game, 1 out. Just get outs any way you can. Noah Stockman up with a 2-2 count, 1 out, runner on second. 7-4 ball game. Here comes the pitch from Picozzi. That one's drilled into center field. That's going to drop. Rainier rounds third. He's going to be stopped at third as Coach Skelly puts up the stop sign with runners on first and third now. 1 out for the Brewers.
Yeah, Noah Stockman, he went down swinging in an ugly way last time he was up. You could tell he was very frustrated with himself, but goes out, finds some space in center field. That's a really good one to knock down, and it brings up Markind.
And Coach Valcente is going to head out, and looks like that might be all for Jack Picozzi. And that will be. So Jack Picozzi's day is done.
Yeah, and he goes 5 innings plus a frame, allowed 5 hits, 9 strikeouts, and 4 runs, which all came in that second inning of work. Really good day for Picozzi.
Yeah, efficient. Got the job done, leaves the game. His team is up 3 runs. And Jack Collier, the junior pitcher, will be in to pitch for the Bombers. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, Bombers will be out in the field, up 3. And we welcome you back in to Freeman Field here on the South Hill. Tom Morrow, Colin Martin here with you on the call. Jack Collier gets the call for the Bombers in the top of the 6th inning. Runners on the corners for the Brewers. 1 out, 7-4 ball game.
Jack Collier coming into this one, making his 14th appearance, walking in with an ERA just a little above 3.8 and a whip at 1.47. One of the better arms of the bullpen for this Bombers team. Not surprised to see him here.
First baseman Bradley Markines up, and that's Noah Stockton stealing second. So runners now went from the corners to second and third. Two runners in scoring position for the Brewers. 1 out. Markind is up at the plate. Behind in the count, 0-1. Collier this season with a 3.82 ERA. Made all of his appearances out of the bullpen. Here comes the pitch. That one's going to be grounded to the left side, rolled foul.
Yeah, and the right play from Lobster there. He wanted to charge it, wanted to see if he could test the arm out, get the out at first, but knowing that he's got a runner standing right behind him, you definitely got to let that one roll foul.
Smart to let it go foul, as a run potentially could have scored there. So you try trusting your pitcher to maybe get this out here, as it's 0-2. Collier ahead 0-2. 1 out, 7-4, runners on second and third. That pitch just misses.
Yeah, and you could tell the Bomber faithful wanted that one. It was real close. Would have been a nice energy boost for Collier, but Mark Hind shows some patience, sticks in there, and they'll rack it up once again.
The bench certainly wanted that one. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and miss. Nice job by Jack Collier coming in and getting a big strikeout that was much needed. Mark Hind goes down swinging. That brings up Herring Jackson. A threat for this Brewer team. 2 runners on the pond. Collier deals. This one just going to be foul down the first base sign. That one was smoked down the first baseline. Umpires called it foul.
Division III baseball is a special place. You don't get the ump standing on first base, so that call relies on a mix of the ump behind home plate as well as the one standing in the infield. They both came to agreement it was foul.
Yeah.
Seems like the obvious call from here, but that's tough when you're standing out there and you don't have an extra assistant to help you out.
And there's going to be a play at home plate, and he's in safely. Rainier steals home on a wild pitch, you could say.
Yeah, bounced a little too far in front of Scully. You felt like Scully maybe could have reeled that one in, but Collier definitely didn't make it easy.
Certainly did not. So the Brewers capitalized on a run, 7-5 now. Harry Jackson still up with a man on third. An opportunity to make this a 1-run game. Collier's pitch misses low, 2-1.
Tom, 5-7 ball game. You still have that dangerous runner standing on third. For Collier, feels like an at-bat you really got to make the most of. It's going to be a challenge.
Absolutely. It could turn into a 2-run game to a 1-run game, and potentially with the go-ahead run coming up on deck if they were to execute this. Absolutely.
Yeah, got to stay out of trouble.
3-1 count here. 2 outs, runner on third. Top 6. Brewers already have 1 across in the inning. That one flown out to center field. Feeney's under it. He's got it. And Bombers get out of it, but not before a Brewers run does come across. 7-5 as we go to the bottom of the 6th. Bombers due up. Bottom of the 6th we go here at Freeman Field on the South Hill. The Bombers are up 7-5. Vassar just answered with a run of their own in the top of the 6th. That brings up Colin Feeney.
Mixed bag of a game for Feeney. He walked in his last at-bat. He had a pop-up to first base just before that, and of course his first at-bat of the game was that RBI single. So he's done a little bit of everything.
Roy Berman still out there for more work. Feeney bunting. That's going to be popped up and fouled back towards the Brewer dugout.
Yeah, it looked like Mulata could have made a play on it for a second, but it just angled farther and farther away from him. So I guess
he got up and didn't know where it was originally.
Yeah, he popped up, takes off the helmet, says, "Where am I looking?" And I'll give you a hint, it was the wrong direction.
So here comes the 0-1. Roy Berman deals. That's in there for strike 2. 0-2. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Upstairs, ball 1. That one going to be into shallow center field. Moving over, Herring Jackson's got it. First out of the inning for the Brewers.
Funny little shout there. Radio screaming, ball, ball, ball. Herring Jackson says some stuff that you can't say on the air. Get out of here. And catches it himself, first out of the frame.
Herring Jackson, a senior infielder, has got a ton of experience in the middle infield position. Roy Berman's dealing in right now. Finds the strike zone against Peterson. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That swung on and missed. 0-2.
Yeah, it really caught Peterson out in front of him there. Just way off the mark. Peterson put together a really strong game for himself so far. It's either got walked or got an RBI double, and that's the only thing that's happened so far. So trying to build on that.
That one's flied into right field and caught out there by Barrientos. So 2 quick outs.
Seems like Roy Berman getting a little bit more comfortable up there. Really, throughout this Ithaca lineup, the hitters you face never get any easier. Going against Feeney and Peterson, that's 2 tough tasks, but handles them effectively, and as you mentioned, Tom, quickly.
Absolutely. Roy Berman set to face Logan Scully now. Here comes the 1-0. That catches the plate. 1-1. That catches the plate once again. So 1-2. Back-to-back strikes from Roy Berman. He has an opportunity to get his team out of this and once again in the dugout to potentially get some offense going for the Brewers.
Be a big boost for Vassar in this spot.
Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed strike 3. 3 up, 3 down. Nice job by Roy Berman for the Brewers. They get out of that in the 6th. To the top of the 7th we go. 7-5, the Bombers lead. To the top of the 7th we go at Freeman Field on the South Hill. As the rain starts to pick up. Looks like it might be a sun shower as the sun still's out, but the rain is starting to come. Shouldn't expect this to be too long.
You always sign up for something a little special in the weather department when you take the travel to Ithaca, New York.
Absolutely. Jack Collier out for another innings of work. He's set to face Bergman. Collier behind 2-0. The batter called time. Looked like that's what happened. The umpire didn't signal it, but signaled it afterwards. So that pitch does not count. 2-0. That one just misses. 3-0. And Bergman's on base with a 4-pitch walk.
Yeah, of course, for Collier, that's not how you want to start the inning.
Not at all after getting out of a nice jam last inning. A leadoff base runner for the Brewers. Ball game still 7-5. Nobody out. Runner on first.
Yeah, Collier had a wild pitch that brought a run in home last inning, and you see the control is still not really where you want it, walking the first batter.
He checks on the runner at first. Tyson Jemison's up. He's 1 for 3 with 2 strikeouts and a base knock.
Put it in a great spot last time, right at the feet of Ethan McDonough out and right.
He squared around, but it's going to be a called strike as he took that one back. 0-1. Bergman on first, Jemison at the plate, no outs, 0-1 count. That one's going to be laid down. Jemison legging it out. It's going to be a high throw and hauled in by Fantel. So moving over to second base is Bergman. And now a runner at second for the Brewers. That's going to bring up Luke Barrientos.
Yeah, Jemison had to put his bat in kind of a weird spot to lay that bunt down. He held it real high, knocked it straight down, and of course just trying to get the runner over to second base, but he had a chance to leg it out. Fantel had to make a nice little grab to even get the force out at first.
There's Collier's first pitch. That's in there for a strike. 0-1. Bergman on second. 1 out, 7-5 ball game. Swung on and missed, strike 2. Bergman still at second. Collier head 0-2. The 0-2 pitch misses outside. 1-2.
Yeah, you can see Bergman, he's dancing over at second base, trying to get Collier to get off his rhythm and look back at him there. 1 out on the board, runner in scoring position. This ball game has continued to be tight. Every pitch matters.
Swung on and missed, strike 3. Nice job by Jack Collier. After a leadoff walk, gets 2 quick outs. And stepping up is Mark Milano. Senior catcher with a runner in scoring position. Trailing by 2 runs is the Brewers. An opportunity to make this a 1-run game with a base hit. That one misses inside. 1-0. Rain sort of died down after it picked up to start the inning.
Yeah, I'm no weatherman, but it's definitely been throwing us for a loop up here. I can't imagine for the guys down there it's any better.
That one's drilled into right field. That's going to drop for a base hit. Rounding second is Bergman. He's coming home. And rounding third was Bergman. He's coming home, and he scores safely. And just like that, Mark Milano makes it a one-run ball game, 7-6.
And we talked last time that Ithaca's bats were up about how they should be looking to build consistency across innings. Of course, you want to score every inning, but just these explosive frames have been what has highlighted this game. Vassar, on the other hand, they're doing just that. They put up one run with 2 outs in the last inning. They do the same in this spot right here, and now it feels like they're slowly crawling their way back.
Slowly starting to chip away, and Raina has been hot all game long, gets himself another base hit. So Vassar has runners at first and second with 2 out, down 1. Daniel Latterman comes up to the plate with an opportunity to tie this ball game up. Slowly chipping away is the Brewers. A run last inning, 1 so far this inning, and an opportunity to capitalize on some more. Collier's pitch, misses high.
For Latterman, it would be a big spot. He struck out his last 2 times up. His first at-bat was a line out on a really nice play from Lobster at third.
That one catches the plate. 1-1. Game so far, Collins, seems pretty even. 7 hits on each side, 7-6 ball game.
Both teams have attacked each other in different and unique ways. Both teams finding ways to get on base. They're getting creative on the base paths when they get there.
Make a play, Toby.
A little bit low in the press box. Our good friend and radio producer Tobias Zabore getting encouraged to make a play.
Jump over the rail.
Would have had to jump over the rail. That would have been exciting, but even more exciting action on the field.
So here comes the 1-2 pitch from Collier. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. That one swung on and missed. Jack Collier gets out of a jam, but not before another Brewers run comes across. It's 7-6 as we go to the bottom of the 7th. To the bottom of the 7th we go, 7-6, Bombers lead. Brewers capitalized the past 2 innings on 2 runs. What was a 7-4 ball game is now a 7-6 ball game. And they're inching closer and closer. Let's see if the Bombers' bats could do some damage.
Yeah, and we saw just that the last time these bats were up. Last time we saw Ryan Lobsher hits that double to open up the inning straight to center field. That was a real good shot. More in the left territory, but regardless, we saw Lobsher open up the last time he was up what became an incredibly strong inning for the Bombers. Would love to see them build on that. Hey, if Lobsher can knock another double to start this inning, I think everybody in Bomber Faithful would take that.
Bombers certainly want some insurance runs, while Brewers' Sage Roy Berman is back out there for more work. He's kept this game right where it's been so far. He's done a great job with that. It went up last inning, 3 up, 3 down. So he's looking to do some more of that. First pitch was a ball, 1-0.
Already 4 strikeouts on the day for Roy Berman. He's coming here throwing some heat.
That one's upstairs, 2-0. That one catches the plate. 2-1. That one's in there once again, 2-2. Just like that, Roy Berman's worked himself back and evened up the count.
Yeah, Lobster's been looking at some pitches where you feel like if he could maybe have got something on, that one was going to be a tough one to battle, but even count nonetheless.
That one's way upstairs.
Yeah, that one not so much, huh?
Just a bit upstairs. So a full count, 3-2 for the leadoff batter, Lobster, here in the bottom of the 7th. Here comes the pitch. That one's fouled back towards the netting.
Give credit to Roy Berman. He came in a really tough spot when Vassar felt like they needed some kick of momentum after Darryl struggled to end his day. And Roy Berman has come through and provided some really solid work.
He has, and he gets another strikeout. Roy Berman dealing right now for the Brewers in these late innings.
5th of the day for Roy Berman.
And that brings a favorable lefty-lefty matchup for Roy Berman against Brody, who went deep earlier in the 4th.
And the last time these two saw each other, someone must have said something that the other one didn't like. Brody got hit by a pitch. Obviously unintentional, but that was the first batter that Roy Berman saw in this game, and since then he's put a lot better work forward.
Absolutely. Limited the traffic on the base path. That one misses, 1-1. Here comes the pitch. That one's drilled foul towards the right field line, but gonna be in foul territory. So 1-2 count here to Brody.
You just get excited when Brody swings that bat, especially after that homer. Every time he takes a hack, you can see the crowd start jumping.
That one misses high. 2-2. Two count, 1 out, bottom 7, 7-6 ball game. Here comes the pitch. That misses low.
Yeah, Brody's really battled this at bat.
He has. He's worked himself to a 3-2 count. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts from Roy Berman. And he's really done a great job for this Brewer pitching staff coming in after Darryl's performance, and he's doing what he does best, go out there and pitch.
Yeah, and Tom, in the books, this reliever unit has been the one that struggled arguably the most in the conference. That's been one of the bigger weaknesses of this team so far. Roy Berman's stats don't even jump off the sheet in a positive way. He has a very inflated ERA, but in the last couple weeks of the season, I feel like this unit has really put it together, and Roy Berman, he's showing that in this one.
Yeah, he's pitching some of his best baseball, especially when it matters. That's the key point.
At the end of the day, if Vassar can make it to the postseason and make it to the crossover series, which they have already, it only matters about how you're playing now. That's the beauty of baseball. This Vassar team and this unit of pitchers has been really solid.
Exactly right, Colin. I would have never thought he had a 9.13 ERA coming into this one.
He doesn't look like a guy that ERA is nearly in the double digits. He looks like one of the stronger relievers that we've had on the South Hill all season, and I think Roy Berman would go out and say that he believes he's one of those guys. You can see the confidence with him on the mound right now.
Absolutely. McDermott's at the plate now as he's worked himself to a 2-1 count. 2 outs, bottom 7. 7-6 ball game still. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. That one's drilled into right field. And Latterman's there, and he's got it. So Roy Berman does the job for the Brewers. Solid 3 innings from him. We're going to go to the top of the 8th. We'll be back after this.
Good.
To the top of the 8th we go here at Freeman Field on the South Hill. Bombers up 7-6. Jack Collier out for another innings of work. And the past 2 innings, the Brewers have been able to scratch 2 across to make this a 1-run ball game. They're going to be certainly searching for some more here in the 8th inning.
With the way this game started, it was all Ithaca, only 2 runs on the board, but it felt like it could be that snowball effect we talked about earlier. Then Vassar responds, takes the momentum right back with 4 of their own, and now it feels like things have been sort of neutralized. I think it feels like it could be anyone's game at this point, not just because the score is within a run, but when you look at the way that both of these teams are playing, there's the highs, there's the lows, peaks and valleys. I feel like both teams are putting together some really solid baseball. I would not be surprised if we're in for a very competitive finish.
Absolutely. Daniel Latterman steps up for the Brewers as Jack Collier fires strike 1 in, and he gets Latterman swinging on strike 2. So Collier quickly ahead 0-2 to start the top of the 8th. That one misses. 1-2. One-run ball game, top 8. That one's fouled to the left side. Here comes the 1-2. That one fouled once again.
Yeah, some good patience from Stockman here, sticking in this at-bat.
And that's going to be off Collier. Collier retains it, throws to first, and gets him. Nice job by Jack Collier sticking with that. It hit off him originally, but sticking with the play and getting the runner at first base. That's going to bring up Markind.
Looks like they're going to have a pinch hitter in for him. See who that is shortly.
It's going to be Michael Lee batting for him, a sophomore catcher. And he takes the first pitch low. So Collier gets a good first out off of him, but sticks with it. That one's going to be fouled off, so evens up the count to Michael Lee, 1-1.
Michael Lee out of Mercer Island, Washington. This marks his 13th appearance of the year in the season so far. 9 hits and 35 at-bats.
That one's blooped into center, and Peterson gets there. What a catch from Connor Peterson.
Yeah, that was a heck of an athletic play from Peterson. He had to run.
Threw his body at it and made a spectacular catch. Looked like that might have dropped for a base hit, but Peterson says no, not today. Helps out his pitcher, Jack Collier.
That's why you have a guy like Peterson in the lineup. The bat, we've seen it be solid at points throughout the season, but the defense, really, really strong, helps in a big way.
Very good defensively is Peterson and shows off his defensive skills there. Collier falls behind 1-0.
And back to the leadoff man, Herring Jackson.
Herring Jackson's been on base a couple times today.
got walked in that second inning, brought back a run. That was one of the low points of what was a pretty solid outing for Picozzi.
Collier finds the zone there, 2-1. That one down the third base line, and that's going to be foul. So that evens up the count, 2-2 to Herring Jackson. 2 outs, 1-run ball game. Bombers lead 7-6. Here comes the pitch from Collier. In there, strike 3. Jack Collier gets him looking. In the top of the 8th, Bombers still lead by 1. To the bottom of the 8th we go. To the bottom of the 8th we go. Bombers lead 7-6. As they're due up, Roy Berman still out there, get some work done.
Yeah, and Tom, what you're talking about, it's just hard to take Roy Berman out in this spot, a reliever that we haven't seen go this deep into games very often. Had to come in a little bit earlier than maybe they wanted for Darryl, but he's been just so solid since he got into the game that you can't take him out. He's got a tough task here, though, with Ethan McDonough.
A guy that's pitched 22 2/3 innings pitched so far this season. He's pitched already almost 3 scoreless, working on a 4th here.
Ethan McDonough, 3 strikeouts on the day, all swinging. He got that walk in the 4th.
Berman's first pitch to McDonough is drilled to left field. And it's going to be caught out there. And that's 1 out, retired.
Yeah, Latterman did a really good job getting under that one and left. McDonough, that's probably the best contact he's made all day. Be an out nonetheless, but 1 pitch. Talk about how fast Roy Berman is moving in this game. That's about as fast as you can get.
Talk about efficiency. That's it right there. 1 pitch, 1 out. Brings up Camden Laney. First pitch misses. It's 1-0. Roy Berman. He gets that one over. It's 1-1. The heart of this Bombers lineup up 2, 3, and 4.
Such a fun part of the lineup with McDonough, Laney, and Fantel. Everybody on this team has power. We saw the 9-hole hitter, Riley Brody, nuke one earlier in this game.
Yeah.
But these 3 specifically, there's a little bit of an extra boost knowing that any given pitch could be one that's at the fence.
And 2 of the 3 are underclassmen, too, and really have shown their impact.
So much juice.
Yeah.
And for the lone senior of that group, Ethan McDonough, I mean, he misses a whole season. He's had his own unique path to get to the spot where he's at now. All 3 of those guys putting together great seasons as expected.
Absolutely. 2-2 count to Camden Laney. Roy Berman sets and deals. That pitch is in there, strike 3. How about a stellar performance from Roy Berman?
Yeah, Laney's not going to like that one, but that was a really solid pitch. A tough one to take, but called strike.
And now it's 2 outs now in the bottom of the 8th inning. Brings up Ethan Fantel. First pitch is high. One and 0 to Fantel. That one misses. Roy Berman still dealing. He's got Fantel up at the plate. 2 and 0. That one catches the plate. 2 and 1.
I was going to say Roy Berman, that's the first time it feels like we've seen him struggle against one of these batters in a long time, but that pitch sneaks in there, gets him a chance to fight his way back a whole lot easier. If he went down 3-0, maybe a different story.
Now it's 3-1. He worked himself back there a little bit, but fell behind. Now it's 3-1 to Fantel.
Fantel's in a very favorable spot. He knows he's either going to get a chance to trot over to first or he's going to get something he likes right here.
Here comes the 3-1 pitch. That's upstairs, ball 4. So Fantel will be on first.
That's the second walk that freshman has worked. He knows that everybody's read the scouting report at this point. He's not going to get any easy pitches down the gut. What he's done really well is train his eye, and that's put him in some really favorable spots.
He's patient. It's a good hitter right there. Brings up Colin Feeney. Runner on first, 2 outs. 7-6 ball game. Roy Berman sets and deals, fires in, strike 1.
Colin Feeney, the last time he was up, we saw him pop one in the air, handled by Herring Jackson at the shortstop position.
That one just misses. 1-1.
At this point in the game, 1-run advantage for the Bombers. You would love to build on that going into the 9th inning of work for the Brewers.
Some insurance runs would be in their favor here. That one misses, so 2-1. Roy Berman seeing himself get behind in the count a little bit, trying to work back and even it up and just get out of this.
Ithaca not attacking him nearly as aggressively, letting him beat them on his own right. Seems like Milano was trying to make his case to the umpire that one should have been called strike.
They did appeal to the second base umpire, and he said that he did not go.
So no budging from Blue.
Yeah.
They're keeping it how they call it.
Fair play. 3-1 count. Upstairs, ball 4 yet again. Back-to-back walks for Roy Berman.
Yeah, Roy Berman, we were singing him his praises, and they were well-deserved. He was making such quick work. He got Laney down. He got McDonough down on 1 pitch. Now it's 2 straight walks as Connor Peterson walks up to the box. And it only seems right that Milano's going to have a word with Roy Berman, try to get him back in that driver's seat.
Absolutely. You have 2 outs. If you're Milano, just telling your pitcher to calm down. Take a breather. All you need is 1 out. Let your defense help you out here. And
we've already seen from Roy Berman, there's no doubt that he can go out there and control the pace of the game. He was doing it for 3 straight innings. It's just 2 tough batters he had to face in a row with Fantel and Feeney that kind of threw him off his rhythm. Now with Peterson, he hopes that he can kind of get back into his groove and walk out unharmed.
Absolutely. Hitters have been in control the past 2 batters. Roy Berman trying to take control here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. That one upstairs. And now the control has been seeming to have a problem here.
Yeah, this is farther than we've seen Roy Berman really go all season, so you don't want to predict that the arm is tired. You know, I can't feel it for him, but you imagine he's getting to a pitch count that he doesn't get to quite often.
That one's in there. That finds the zone. So he evens the count, 1-1. Peterson up at the plate. Feeney on first, Fantel on second. 2 outs for the Bombers. 1-run ball game, 7-6 they lead. Here comes the 1-1. That's in there, strike 2.
That's a really good pitch. That's the type of stuff we were seeing from Roy Berman before. Peterson felt like he had no good look at that. There was nowhere he could have placed that ball, and Berman gets the called strike. Really good stuff.
1-2 count. Pitch from Berman. Doesn't get him swinging. Runners stay put.
We already
2-2.
saw from Peterson earlier in this game, he came through with a big single that brought home 2 runners. He's in a spot now where, with the speed, I mean, it was these 2 guys last time. We saw that Feeney put the wheels on. If he can put something in play, who knows?
That one misses 3-2. So it was exactly similar situation, just
Same
a
count,
couple innings ago.
same amount of outs, same guys on the base path.
Yeah, where he blooped one into right field that just dropped over the head of Markind.
Fans at home, I hope you're listening, because if it happens again, I'd like a pat on the back or maybe a shout-out on Twitter.
Here comes the 3-2 pitch. Ball 4 upstairs. 3 straight walks from Roy Berman. And not what you want to do here if you're the Vassar Brewers. Down 1, trying to answer with a run next inning, or else that will be the game.
Yeah, Roy Berman evades the direct deja vu, but not in the way he would have liked. Walks Peterson over on first, and 3 base runners off 3 straight walks. It looks to be Tyler Puglisi coming into the game.
Yeah, he's going to be pinch hitting for Logan Skilly, but looks like we're going to have a pitching change. Head coach Ted Skelly is going to head out to the mound. That might be all of Roy Berman's stay. And that will be. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, Tyler Puglisi is due with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 8th with 2 outs. And we welcome you back in to the broadcast of coverage of game number 1 between the Ithaca College Bombers and the Vassar Brewers in this Liberty League crossover series. It's now Jack Blah, junior pitcher from LA, California, in to pitch for Roy Berman. And what was Tyler Puglisi's at bat is now Ethan Dadapo's. So they went from the lefty-righty to a righty-lefty matchup. First pitch Dabo sees is inside. 1-0. Coach Valcente playing the favored card here. He wants his lefty batting against a righty, then a righty batting against a righty. The Dabo swings. It's 1-1.
Dabo being put in a really big spot for this pinch hit. Counts even, runners on first and second. Of course,
that one's in there, strike 2.
Runner on third as well, maybe the most important one. You got the bases loaded with all 3 guys walking on.
Ethan Dabo, a junior catcher from Montclair, New Jersey, batting .222 on the season with 11 hits. An opportunity to break this game open here in the 8th for the Bombers. That one just misses.
It's a real good take there. That one was close.
So we got 2s all around. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bases loaded. Oh. Here comes the pitch. That one's going to be foul to the right side. We'll do it yet again.
Jack Blah with a 1.33 whip on the season. Obviously in this spot, you got to hope it's under 1. You don't want to walk or a hit, bring home the runner.
Here comes the pitch from Blah. That's low. 3-2. 3-2, 2 outs, bases loaded. Bottom 8. A walk puts this game at 2 runs apart. Blah's pitch. Outside, ball 4. All 4 runners have now been walked, and the Brewers walk in a run.
Yeah, Tom, that's about as tough as a spot as you can come into if you're Blah, but you got to handle business. He just doesn't get it done right there. We talk about insurance runs. There's one for IC.
At the end of the day, you just got to throw strikes.
And that's 4 straight walks across 2 different pitchers that the Bombers have seen.
That's patience and discipline at the plate from the Bombers waiting for their pitch. That brings up Ryan Lobsher. He watches the first pitch, low and away, 1-0. That one misses down low, 2-0. Jack Blah came into this game with a 5.52 ERA, 9 earned runs given up, 16 strikeouts through 14 2/3. Walked the first guy he saw, behind in the count, 2-0. That one's in there, 2-1.
It's been a really tough streak for Vassar here. The bats came alive. The pitching was solid, especially with Roy Berman's start in relief. First couple of innings he threw were great. Now it's been all over the place.
Lobsher way out in front of that. Might fall in no man's land, and it does. No one in the area. Lobsher's on with an infield single. Bombers tack on another one. It's 9-6.
Credit to Lobsher, but that might have been the most momentum I've ever seen carry a run in my entire life. Ithaca is screaming there, cheering. Jack Blah in a really tough spot. He collides with his infielder, and Lobsher jogged to first base on a hit that he would never consider one of his best. It gets the Bombers another run.
Yeah, first baseman went to first to cover. The second baseman is playing the lip of the outfield, and the pitcher really wasn't in the area. So by the time the pitcher Blau got to it, Lobsher was at first base. There was no play to be made.
Marks the first hit of the inning.
That pitch evens up the count. It's 1-1. Exactly the insurance runs the Bombers needed. It was a 1-run game. Now it's a 3-run game.
You wouldn't guess that Lobsher, he gets his first hit of the inning, and it marks the second run on the board with bases loaded. Doesn't happen too often, Tom.
Does not. That off-speed pitch is in there. It's 1-2. Blau just trying to work out of this, get an out any way he can. Here comes the 1-2. Swung on and missed. Brody chases that one, and Jack Blau gets out of that one. It's 9-6 Bombers. We head to the top of the 9th with an opportunity to close this one out. To the top of the ninth we go. 9-6, Bombers lead in game number 1 of this Liberty League crossover series. Jack Collier out for more work, and it's the top of the ninth, so he has an opportunity to get the save here for the Bombers. 3 outs away from winning game number 1.
What a game it's been for the Bombers. There were moments where they had to go up against some really great pitching and kind of earn out these really tough hits that led to runs, and then there were times like last inning where they just took what the opposing side was giving to them. Jack Blau comes in after getting some inheritance that wasn't going his way because of a tough end to the outing from Roy Berman, and the Bombers just took what they can get. It allows them to walk into this frame with, as we've mentioned plenty of times, 3 runs of insurance on the board.
Absolutely. Collier, his first pitch is upstairs.
And with Jensen Bergman in the batter's box, not an easy task.
That one's fouled away. Evens up the count, 1-1.
For Vassar, you're not in a spot you like, of course, knowing that this game is a doubleheader as well. You're going to have to come out and put your best foot forward once again immediately following this. But if there's anyone in your lineup you want up in this spot, you love Herring Jackson, but he hasn't had his best game. You look at Jensen Bergman, Tyson Jamison, and Luke Barrientos as probably the 3 guys you'd like to start this run.
Absolutely. Bergman ahead now 3-1, and they do have the heart of their lineup up. Number 2, 3, and 4 due up in this inning as Bergman's worked a 3-1 count so far. That one misses, ball 4. So Bergman's on with a leadoff walk in the top of the ninth as they trail 3 runs.
Well, there's a way to start. You can never find 3 runs on one swing when you're the first one up, but what you can do is build momentum for your team, stay patient, have a good eye, trot your way to first, and now you can see the big bat at Jemison's up. This is when things can start to get dangerous.
Runner on first, nobody out, 9-6 ball game. Collier's pitch, ground ball. Lobster's got it, nice play. And he's going to be safe at first. Overthrown, goes past Fantel. Fantel throws that into second, not in time. Runners on second and third now. Nobody out for the Brewers. A bad play by, it looked like it might have been a bad throw or a missed pick there from Fantel, and it puts runners at second and third now for the Brewers.
Yeah, that ball took a really strange hop over Lobster's head. He made a really athletic play to grab it in the air, but you got to make the throw at first. It was difficult all around. Wasn't really in Fantel's wheelhouse. He couldn't block it. Just a multitude of mistakes. Gets runners on third and second, no outs here in the ninth.
Jemison, not the fastest runner. I think if Lobster made a nice throw, he might have had him.
Yeah, there was a chance there. I think that's why Lobster put together that. He could have held up. He could have said, hey, maybe I'll just allow him to walk to first. But with Jemison not really having the speed that a lot of the guys on the field do, I think, as you said, I think that's why Lobster makes that throw.
Yeah. Collier works ahead now as he's set to face Luke Barrientos. 0-1 to him. That's in there, 0-2. Quickly ahead of Barrientos as he's got 2 ducks on the pond as Vassar trails by 3.
And this is how Collier needs to respond. If you can get Barrientos down early, that's the way that you fight your way back.
That one's lined into right field. That's going to be a base hit. Scoring is Bergman, and Jemison gets the stop sign. Vassar answers with 1. Runners on the corners, nobody out still.
And there it is, and we talked about how those are the 3 guys you want up in Vassar's order if you're trying to make a run. All 3 of them find their way on base, and a run comes home early. For Collier, you're not even really pitching anything too bad. I think he's thrown some pretty good stuff so far. It's just Vassar's heart of the lineup has found a really good way to get on top of it.
They have, and that brings up Mark Milano, senior catcher, with runners on the corners, nobody out.
Yeah, we saw him bring a runner home last time he was up in a similar position. He had runners on the corner, brought home the man from third on an RBI single. Of course, going to try to have a similar result here.
That one misses low. Collier now has to work out of a jam. Traffic on the base path. Wonder if Barrientos maybe tries to take second to put that tying run in scoring position.
Surely has the speed for it.
That one's foul down the third base line. Umpire at home calls that one foul. Jemison didn't agree as that flew right by him.
You can hear the chirps from the Vassar dugout, too. I think we heard a word from our friend Coach Skelly in there, too. He disagrees with him standing out the third base path.
Yeah. It did look just a couple inches foul.
It was a real close call. And we talk about how we have a great vantage point up here, and we do. I'm very appreciative of that. But even up here, it was really close to call. That was going to be a tough one.
We'll leave that one to the umpires.
That's their job.
1-1 count now. Collier deals. That pitch misses. It's 2-1. And all of a sudden, Vassar looks like they're right back in this game. They have runners at the corners. 2-run game.
And the biggest part, no outs yet. They still have a fresh amount of batters, and they have the chance to attack.
That one upstairs, that's going to get by, and Jemison thought about it, but he's not going anywhere.
Good stuff from Dadabo to handle that wild pitch. If that was really anyone else on the base pass for Vassar, I'm curious to see, because I think they would have tried to bring him home. Jemison holds up.
Barrientos takes second, and the Bombers are going to play corners in with the middle infield playing normal depth.
Really unique formation here.
3-1 count. And that one's in there. That catches the zone. 3-2. Nice pitch there from Collier.
Yeah, Collier needed that in that spot real bad.
Three-two count. Nobody out. Runners on second and third. That pitch misses. That's ball 4, and that'll load him up. And Coach Valcente is going to head out to the mound. That might be all Jack Collier will throw today.
For Collier, you would have loved if he could finish this one out. He was pitching so good, immediately coming in for his relief innings. And knowing that you got to play a game right after this one, the doubleheader, you try to keep as many arms as you can. But he's definitely been struggling in this frame, so it only makes sense that Ithaca's going to try a new arm out there.
Sean Kelly's going to come into relief. 9-7 ball game. Bases loaded for Vassar when we return.
You guys are back.
And we welcome you back in. Sean Kelly now in to pitch for the Bombers. As bases are loaded for the Brewers, nobody out. 9-7 ball game. Brewers already scratched across 1 run, looking to do some more and try to squeak out a Game 1 win as the Bombers try to close out a Game 1 win.
Who else for the moment but Sean Kelly? He's seen it all in his time with the Bombers. And there's no doubt that he's being put in one of the most difficult spots you ever could as a relief pitcher. Your team leads by 2. the man in front of you has allowed the bases to be full, and you don't have a single out.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a tough spot, but once again, Kelly, he's seen it all before, and it only makes sense that Valcente digs deep in his bag and gives Kelly a chance to hop on the bump in this difficult spot.
Sean Kelly from Long Island, South Hempstead, New York, with a 3.37 ERA, 26.2 innings pitched, 10 earned runs, 22 strikeouts. An opportunity to take game number 1 here for the Bombers. Can the Brewers respond?
Facing Ricardo Reina, walked and then got a base hit in his last 2 times up, so he's starting to get in a groove.
Reina up with the bases loaded. First pitch, low. 1-0. Lefty, first lefty that this Brewers team has seen today. Kelly. That's in there. 1-1.
Reina tried to shrug that off as if it was almost going to hit him. The umpire called it strike, though. Definitely closer to the inside.
1-1 count, no outs, bases loaded. Brewers down 2, 9-7. Kelly's pitch. And Reina was way out in front.
Yeah, great off speed there. Had Reina second guessing himself. Now gets Kelly in a favorable count. He needs it here.
He's now ahead, 1-2.
You really don't want to put anything in play. You know, you could get a double play, but if you can strike guys out, you take that all day.
That one's passed. Jemison's going to come in and score. And just like that, the Brewers make it a 1-run game with runners on second and third and nobody out. A bad pitch from Kelly got past to Dabo. And the Brewers are still threatening. This is all in the hands of Sean Kelly. 9-8 ball game, 2-2 count. Outside, ball 3. Three-two count. First base is open. Runners in second and third, no out, 1-run game. Inside, ball 4. And that puts Reina on first base. That loads up the bases yet again. And now it's still a 1-run game, 9-8. That brings up Daniel Latterman. Or we're going to have a pinch hitter for Latterman. That's going to be number 9, Kyle Donlin from Oxford, Connecticut, sophomore outfielder.
Yeah, Latterman, his last 3 times up, 3 straight swinging strikeouts. Looks like Coach Skelly wants to try something new. Donlin's really not a bad option to have off your bench either.
Not at all. Bases loaded, nobody out still. Bombers yet to record an out here in the 9th. That one gets past, and here comes another runner. And they're going to say they hit him.
Yeah, it looks like it bounced off his foot.
And Barrientos comes in to score. We have a tie ball game here in the 9th. 9-9.
Tom, we've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. And Kelly comes in a really big spot with a lot of weight on his shoulders, but he just hasn't had the control so far, and it's only adding on to the struggles that we've seen from Ithaca's relief pitchers.
And Coach Valcente is going to go out to the mound. Looks like we're going to get another arm. It's going to be Dan Kellican coming out from the pen. 9-9 ball game, bases loaded, nobody out. We'll be back after this. And we welcome you back into the broadcast of Game 1 of coverage of the Liberty League crossover series between the Ithaca College Bombers and the Vassar Brewers. We got ourselves a tie ball game here in the top of the ninth. 9-9. Jack Collier came out to start the inning. Couldn't get the job done. They went to the bullpen to Sean Kelly. He faced two batters. And next thing you know, the game's tied at 9-9. And Dan Kellichin's going to be in now for the Bombers. We have bases loaded. Nobody out for the Brewers. Tie ball game 9-9. The rain starts to pick up a little bit.
Kellichin with an ERA over 6.8 this season. The numbers haven't been quite impressive, but you know, recently he's been putting together some quality relief innings. He's going to need another big one here.
Here's the sophomore infielder, Noah Stockton. And this has been a disaster of an inning for the Bombers. It started as soon as that error by Lobsher to Fantel, and it just derailed and unfolded in very bad ways from there.
Tom, it feels like if they can just get that first out, maybe the tide can change, but not before then.
That's a slow grounder. They're going to come home with it. They get the out there. Throw to first, and they got it. A double play. Huge for the Ithaca College Bombers.
That's about as good as it gets. What a heads-up play from the Ithaca infield. You got to get the force out at home, maintain this game tied, and then what a throw from the Dabo. Gets it over to Fantel at first. Not the traditional way to get the double play, but the best way the Bombers could have done it.
Still runners in second and third. 2 outs now. And it keeps this game right where it is, 9-9. Kellichin. First pitch in there. A 1. That one skied high. And Lobsher's got it. The Bombers get out of it, but it is a tie ball game, 9-9. They're coming to bat in the bottom of the ninth. Let's see if they have an answer for the Brewers. We'll be back after this. To the bottom of the ninth we go. It's a 9-9 tie ball game here at Freeman Field. The Brewers were able to scratch across 3 runs in the top of the ninth, keep this game alive and have some hope at least. The Bombers looking to answer and potentially walk this game off, and a new pitcher out there for the Brewers. It's Luke Barrientos.
Yeah, Tommy, you like to have a little bit of fun. They're moving around the whole outfield because Luke Barrientos is coming up from right field to the pitcher's mound, and it's not his first time. His 9th appearance this year, he's got a 2.38 ERA, a whip just a bit above 1.2. And the last time we saw Barrientos, he was up to bat. He knocked in an RBI single that kept that inning going. Now we got to see what he can do with the glove in his hand and what that right arm can do, because he's got the top of the Bombers order on the way.
He does, and if you're Coach Skelly, you want someone in this game that you trust, and he is someone you trust and is in this game. He's been playing this whole game, so not an arm out of the bullpen, but a two-way player looking to get 3 outs here and keep this game alive going for the Brewers. But for the Bombers, it's Andrew McDermott. Top of the order up for them, 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, McDermott, McDonough, and Laney due up for the Bombers. Barrientos' first pitch. Outside, ball 1. This has really turned into one game. Huge game 1 here at Freeman Field. That's in there, strike 1. 1-1. Outside, 2-1.
Tommy Andrew McDermott, he struggled all day. Got walked in his first 2 at-bats. You take that every time. But since then, he hasn't found contact with the bat. He hasn't really been able to stay in these counts. If he changes that here, of course he'll take the walk. But if you see McDermott's bat come alive, this ballgame could be over very shortly.
Indeed, it can be. Transfer grad student looking to get on base any way he can. 3-1 count. In there, strike 2. That found some plate. So 3-2 count to the leadoff batter, Andrew McDermott. Here comes the pitch from Barrientos. Yes, he did. Barrientos gets him on a half swing, and the umpire says he did swing, so a strikeout there from Barrientos to start the bottom of the 9th. Brings up Ethan McDonough.
And McDonough's been part of these teams that have won the Liberty League Championship the last 3 seasons. Game 1 of the crossover series, this is the route to get there once again.
That one's way upstairs, ball 1. That one misses, 2-0.
Good patience from McDonough. You could tell he really wanted to swing at something good there, but he didn't get it, so he holds off.
How about this Vassar team? Fighting, not giving up.
That's not thinking of dreams.
That one hit him. So McDonough's going to be on first base by a hit by pitch. It brings up Camden Laney in a critical spot. 1 out, bottom 9. Bombers need 1 run to win it.
We saw Laney go down looking last time. You appreciate the patience, but in this spot, I think you and I can both anticipate he's going to be swinging at anything good he gets. With Dabo on first, watch the wheels too.
That one misses, 1-0.
McDonough on first.
McDonough takes off. Throw to second. Not in time. McDonough's in there safely.
That was a real good slide from McDonough. He got the right hand extended, got the bag. A guy that tall, he has so much reach, and I think he needed all of that. That play got real close.
It did, but McDonough was in safely. That pitch was a strike to Laney, so it's a 1-1 count. 1 out, runner on second. Outside, ball 2. High, ball 3.
Barrientos is in a really unique position. You play the whole game in right, then you come up to the mound to pitch. You've seen the approach of all of these batters, but it's from a new perspective. You might think you know how to attack them, but it's always different when you're up there supplying the pitches yourself.
McDonough on second, the 3-1. Outside, ball 4. Bombers got first and second now with Ethan Fantel coming up. A dangerous bat. And a base hit could potentially win this game here for Ithaca.
Yeah, and if Barrientos doesn't throw some more competitive pitches, don't be surprised if Fantel can try his way to first as well. He's walked in 2 of his 3 last at-bats. He's patient, and everyone knows that the bat is effective.
And Laney's going to be coming out, and pinch running is Colin Dunn.
We've seen Colin Dunn in this spot plenty of times This kid just has so much speed that in the 9th inning, you get your DH on first. Delaney, of course, not at 100%, not always ready to run. I'll tell you who's ready to run is Colin Dunn.
Absolutely. Got to have speed on the base path, and Coach Skelly's going to go out and talk with his pitcher.
And at this point, the conversation with Barrientos has to be, hey, you don't want to get in the pitcher's head, but this situation is very important. You have speed on second, now you have speed on first. You got one out on the board, and one of the premier bats in the conference up against you.
Yeah.
You don't want to fall in the situation. You don't want to let the situation be bigger than you, but you have to understand what it is.
The run on first means nothing at this point because that winning run is on second. But either way, you have to find a way to get an out here.
You got to attack one way or the other.
Yeah.
Even some weak contact towards the middle infield, that's where Colin Dunn comes into play because he can beat out a lot of things that maybe Camden Delaney wouldn't.
Right.
You have to attack each bat like it's the most important you're going to face all day because, Tom, it is.
Absolutely. This is what the game has come down to, every at-bat.
And who else but the freshman to take it, huh?
Yeah. He's ahead 1-0. Barrientos looking to get out of this. Fantel looking to send the Bomber fans home happy. That's down low, 2-0. That's outside, 3-0. 3 straight balls now. If you're Fantel, I think I'm taking all the way.
Would be shocked if it was anything else. Make Barrientos throw you a strike.
That misses, ball 4. So Barrientos loads him up with 1 out. The winning run now at third base. And Colin Feeney.
After an 8th inning, as Colin Feeney comes up to bat, where we saw the Bombers walk in for 2 separate runs, Barrientos has to do everything in his power to make sure that is not the case, and Skelly's going to have a word with him.
And looks like Barrientos' day is going to be done there. Vassar's going to make a call to the bullpen. We'll be back after this. It's Colin Feeney due up here in the bottom of the 9th with the bases loaded with 1 out. We welcome you back. Bases loaded for the Bombers in the bottom of the 9th. 1 out. Cade Tarada Herzer, junior pitcher from Honolulu, Hawaii, into pitch.
And for Cade, I apologize for the weather, but that's what you sign up for. And I apologize for the moment This is about as tough as it gets, but hey, that's what you sign up for. 15th appearance of his season. He started one earlier in the year. ERA 3.76, whip 1.52. He's a solid arm, and he has to show it here.
Spot can't get brighter. First pitch outside, ball one. A walk walks it off.
And you know with Colin Feeney in the box, you're going to have to pitch some good stuff. He does not swing at nonsense. And, of course, you can't let him get on base.
Here comes the 1-0. That's in there. 1-1. Terada Herzer just has to throw strikes here. You have to trust your defense. The infield's playing in for that runner at third. There is one out. See, there is a force at home. Terada Herzer deals. That one's fouled back. It's 1-2.
Story of this game for Vassar has been the pitching. Roy Berman came and gave you some really quality stuff until he started to taper off, and since then, Blau, Barrientos, now Terada Herzer, been put in really difficult spots.
Terada Herzer. That one's fouled back by Feeney. He's got a 3.76 ERA, 11 earned runs, and 28 strikeouts. One of the better relievers out of this bullpen for the Brewers.
And he's shown that he can go the distance, but it's often that they're in a spot where they need someone to close that they lean on him. Isn't the traditional way you bring in someone like that, but here he is.
Here comes the 1-2. Fouled back yet again.
Yeah, and Feeney's staying tough. He wants something here. Who wouldn't?
Terada Herzer just trying to pump the zone. Base is still juiced. One out, tie ball game, 9-9. Bombers win by a run here. Swung on and missed, strike three. Terada Herzer comes in and gets a big strikeout. A huge strikeout right there from the junior from Honolulu, Hawaii, getting strikeouts in Ithaca, New York.
That pitch made Feeney say aloha. It means hello, and it also means goodbye. He went down swinging, and now Peterson going to see if this is an introduction or a farewell.
Peterson takes the first pitch. That's a strike, 0-1. Let's see if Peterson can be the hero for the Bombers. Base is loaded, still 2 outs, bottom 9. A run by Ithaca will win it. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Down low, 1-1. Here comes the 1-1. Outside, ball 2, 2-1. Two one count, 2 outs. Base is juiced. Down low, 3-1. A very patient AB right now. And Connor Peterson. As the Ithaca bench getting into it, knowing ball 4, they win it.
Look at Dabo getting the boys fired up. He's walking, making sure everybody's standing up. I don't think he had to tell any of them. They're feeling this moment.
In there, strike 2. 3-2 count, 2 outs, bases loaded. 9-9 ball game, bottom 9. Biggest pitch of the day so far here, Colin.
Monumental.
Strike 3. What a huge pitch from Terada Herzer. Works back from a 3-1 count, gets him on the fastball that was just right by him.
It's unbelievable how that unfolded for Terada Herzer. He's put in the worst spot you could imagine. He sends 2 of Ithaca's strongest bats of the game down swinging, and I hope you like extra baseball because here we are for extra innings.
Extra innings of baseball, top 10 when we return.
guys are back.
Okay. Extra innings of baseball here on the South Hill at Freeman Field. After the Bombers loading them up with one out, Cade Terada-Herzer comes in and gets 2 huge strikeouts to keep this game right where it is in the top of the 10th now. And Dan Kalachin out there for the Bombers for more work after getting out of his own trouble in the top of the 9th.
It's only right that the games get moved so we get a doubleheader on Friday. You open up the first game of the Liberty League crossover series across the board, and we're in extras. You can never make baseball move too fast. It's a game of patience, and patience will have to be shown from both teams. The more mentally strong squad, you can almost guarantee walks out of this one with a win.
Absolutely. 9-9 ball game now, and Birch Herring Jackson is at the plate.
1 for 5 on the day. So much hitting, so many innings. No surprise that he's got a chance at his 6th plate appearance.
That one's fouled off. It's 1-2. What a game this has been so far. Bombers took the lead early, 2-0. Vassar responded 4-2. Ithaca with a 5 spot in the 4th to make it 7-4. And then Vassar just kept answering. And we find ourselves tied up 9-9 in the top of the 10th.
And if the Brewers can walk out of this one with a victory, you're going to have to look back to that 9th inning. It was a multitude of errors from the pitchers, an error in the field from Lobster over to Fantel. But it was also just some really strong baseball and some really great patience shown in the batter's box for Vassar. There's been plenty of innings that you can look back and hang your hat on. I think they went through a really good stretch in the 6th and the 7th as well. But showing up in the 9th inning away from home against a team that's slotted to be better than you is some really strong stuff.
That one's fouled down the third baseline, and that makes it a 3-2 count now. Nobody out in the top of the 10th for Birch Herring Jackson. Here comes the pitch from Kalachin. That's fouled back. Dadabo might have a play on it, and he does. Fouled back to Ethan Dadabo. He catches that one, and the Bombers have one out in the top of the 10th.
Yeah, Dadabo, he throws his helmet off. He's looking the wrong way. That ball is popped so high in the air that he can comfortably get under it. In direct sunlight, that play is not as easy as it may look from your screen. Some good stuff from Dadabo, and it gets the first one down for Kalachin.
Kalachin deals inside. It's now 1-0. Jensen Bergman up to the plate, center fielder for the Brewers. He's found himself on the base path a couple times today.
Saw him walk his last 2 times up.
That one's low. It's 2-0.
He also hit that 2 RBI single in the 2nd inning that got the scoring really off to a good pace for Vassar. We talked about last inning how it was him, Jemison, and Barrientos that you want in the lineup to keep things rolling. And you really need things to roll in extras. So here he is once again. Curious to see who comes into Barrientos' spot, knowing that he just came into pitch not too long ago.
2-1 count to Bergman. Kalachin deals. That one's roped into right center field. That sends Feeney back. That's going to be one hop to the wall. Bergman rounds first. He's on to second. He's going to be looking for 3. Bergman into third safely. A 1-out triple for the Brewers. Jensen Bergman comes up big for Vassar.
That's an incredible piece of hitting. He hits the ball about as hard as you can, about as deep as you can without this one getting out of the ballpark. Finds that gap, almost runs into the corner. Feeney, one of the fastest guys you'll find around the conference, he's putting his wheels on full speed, and still Bergman's able to land at third safely.
Yeah, he one-hopped the wall at probably the deepest part of the ballpark. And he's standing on third with 1 out.
And brings back Tyson Jemison. We saw the last time he was up. Grounded one that hopped a little bit over Lobster's head. He had to make a play at first, just out of reach of Ethan Fantel. Instead, it looks like may have a new bat in there. Doesn't look like Jemison walked out.
I wonder if that's going to be Tarada Herzer. He's going to be hitting.
Looks like you might be right on that one, Tom.
Looks like number 37 is at the plate, and
You can only assume with the no batting gloves and showing and trying to lay down the bunt on the first pitch. We're probably in the right ballpark with that assumption. Vision's a little off, trying to really see the back of that jersey.
yeah,
Yeah, that would be him.
yeah, it is going to be him, and he's looking to lay down a bunt, and Kalachin's ahead of him, 0-2. Try to sacrifice, score the run, and give them a lead.
And it makes sense with all the movement you had to have in the outfield with Barrientos coming up and pitching, then being moved around. It seems like at this point in the order, you have to allow Tarada Herzer to be up.
Yeah. And he swung on and missed. Kalachin gets a big strikeout after a one-out triple. 2 outs with a runner on third.
Yeah, he took a hefty hack at that one, too.
And that will bring up Luke Barrientos.
So he sticks in this game. That explains the movement, and he's put in a real big spot. Last time he was up, as he takes a big swing at that 0-1. Last time he was up, hits a single, brings home a run.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Tarada Herzer was coming in there for Tyson Jemison. That one's going to be poked into right field, and McDonough's got a read on it, and the Bombers get out of that. A one-out triple. Kalachin gets himself out of that. To the bottom of the 10th we go. We welcome you back into the bottom of the 10th now at Freeman Field here on the South Hill. Still a tie ball game, 9-9. Vassar just had a one-out triple from Jamison Bergman and couldn't get him home.
It's our last meeting.
So Bombers are due up, and Cade Tarada Herzer out there for more work here in the bottom of the 10th. Extra innings of baseball, Colin.
Ithaca, they're given another chance to walk this first game of the doubleheader off in front of their home fans. This game showing us a lot of irony. It was moving so quick, and now we enter the extra innings in a game that is dragging. Dabo has a chance to put an end to that. Last time he was up, he took a walk out on base. See if he can do something similar this time up.
So Ethan Dabo, junior catcher, will be due up first here in the bottom of the 10th against Cade Tarada Herzer. That one's outside, 1-0. Tarada Herzer last season pitched in 14 games, tossed 11 2/3, and struck out 13 batters. He's taken on a bigger role this year and in a crucial situation here against the Bombers in the 10th.
Yeah, Tom, it'll be interesting to see how he attacks these batters given the freshness of this frame where he's up. Last frame he comes in a really tough spot. Everyone's on the base path, so you don't have a lot of help, and you work out of it very strongly. Now, it's just any other inning. Just got to go out and attack guys. Maybe you take your foot off the gas pedal. That could help you sometimes, but I think what was so impressive about Tirada Herzer in the last frame was just how aggressive he was. Curious to see how he balances those two factors.
Absolutely. He knew he needed to get out of that without allowing a run, and he got 2 big strikeouts. You couldn't really ask for more if you're Coach Ted Skelly.
They came in a big way, too. I mean, in that moment, no matter who you struck out, it was going to be a big deal. But with Feeney, it felt like that was his moment, and then Peterson really worked that at bat, and he still got out of both. So the stakes are still just as high, but the situation is quite different.
Absolutely. 2-2 count, no outs. Here comes the pitch. That one drilled, right field. That one's going, gone! Ethan Dadabo walks it off. How about that? Junior catcher. Ethan Dadabo plays hero. And the Bombers win game number 1 in the Liberty League crossover series as they mosh at home plate.
Tommy, if you don't like that, you don't like baseball. What a shot. The Dabo comes into pinch hit just moments ago. He takes a walk and then he sends a shot. Playoff baseball for the Bombers opens up in a big way. Took them some extra time, but it's a W on the scorebook nonetheless.
It did take him some time, but Ethan Dadabo comes up clutch in a moment that was much needed. And the Bombers are victorious in game number 1, winning 10-9. What a hard-fought battle from Vassar and Ithaca on both sides. But at the end of the day, the Bombers win it 10-9. From Freeman Field here on the South Hill, I've been Tom Morrow. He's been Colin Martin. Thanks for tuning in. Coverage of game number 2 will start here in about a half hour.
down that turns the power on, turns the mics on. I'll leave it off.
Game 2 here from the South Hill in this Liberty League crossover series stage of the tournament. The Bombers with a walk-off win in game number 1. Ethan Murley fires his first pitch of the game, and that one is going to drill the leadoff batter for Vassar, Herring Jackson, the shortstop. My name is Luke Fitzpatrick. I'm joined alongside Matthew Giavoni. We're going to be taking you the rest of the way. Matt, a walk-off home run victory in game 1 hit by Ethan Dadabo over the right field fence. In game number 2 here, Ethan Murley, the starting pitcher for the Bombers as they look to close out this stage of the tournament. Murley's first pitch here to Jensen Bergen, is into the dirt for ball 1.
Yeah, looking back on that first game, it was kind of a roller coaster of emotions. The first, up until around the middle of the 8th inning, was pretty quick. They were thinking of starting this game a half an hour early, and then everything just kind of unraveled for the Bombers, who had a 7-6 lead, extended that to a 9-6 lead. Then all of a sudden they give up 3 runs to go into extra innings, and then of course the Ethan Dadabo home run to walk it off. Just a great way to get that first win for the Bombers, and now a chance in this game to send themselves to the regular tournament part of the Liberty League playoffs after this crossover series. Again, the Bombers number 1 in the West Division, Vassar number 4 in the East Division.
2-0 pitch was in there for a strike, so it's a 2-1 count. Leading off of first is Herring Jackson. Murley, the freshman starting pitcher for Ithaca. He's been fantastic all season long. 1-0 with a 3.48 ERA in 33 and 2/3 innings. The 2-1 pitch on its way, and that one in for a strike, and he's worked it back to a 2-2 count. That's also good for a 137 whip, 6.9 strikeouts per 9, but also 5.6 walks per 9, holding opponents to just a 207 batting average against. Murley throws back to first base, so the 2-2 pitch will not be made. Ethan Fantel, the freshman first baseman, makes the catch and throws it back to Murley. The umpire comes out to have a word with Murley here. The lineup for Vassar offensively: Herring Jackson is the shortstop. He's on first base after getting hit. Jensen Bergman, the center fielder. Tyson Jamison is the designated hitter batting fourth. Luke Barrientos will bat fifth and play right field. Mark Milano is doing the catching. The 2-2 pitch, that one dribbled to third base, a play for Lobsher, and he throws across the diamond for the out. So 1 out in the inning. Ricardo Arena, the second baseman, he'll hit 6th. Daniel Laderman will hit 7th and play left field. Noah Stockman in left field, and batting 9th is Bradley Markind, and he will play first base against the Bombers starting pitcher Ethan Murley. So 1 out, and on second base is Herring Jackson. Murley set at the belt from the stretch, and he comes home, the tall right-hander. That one drilled down the left field line. An opportunity there, and the catch made to retire the side by Andrew McDermott, the grad senior. We'll see him when we return. Or excuse me, that was only the second out of the inning. I got the outs mixed up there. So 2 down. Herring Jackson still on second base. And the batter will be Luke Barrientos. The Bombers defense, it'll be Ethan Dadabo doing the catching for Murley. Across the infield, Fantel at first base, Peterson the second baseman, Riley Brody at shortstop, and Ryan Lobsher, who just had that play, is playing third base. A swing and a miss here to start the at-bat for Barrientos. It's 0-1. And in the outfield, left to right, it's Andrew McDermott, Colin Feeney, and Ethan McDonough, left to right. Murley, the tall freshman right-hander. He's got an 0-1 count, and he throws, and that one's high, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Murley in his last outing got a no decision. Went 4 innings in that one, but was hit pretty hard. Only 3 hits, but 4 earned runs and 5 total runs. Struck out 3, but walked 4. See if the command is an issue here again today. That one's into the dirt, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike.
And after that first game, command's definitely going to be important for every pitcher that we see step up onto the mound today, because command is really what kept Vassar in the game for the Bombers. And eventually what led to an extra inning game and what could have been a game that they won in 9.
That one dribbled right back up the middle, but an opportunity here. Stabbed and got him at first base. Connor Peterson, the second baseman, making the play, and that will retire the side. A brisk first inning for Ethan Murley. 0-0 when we return.
We welcome you back to Valcente Diamond at Freeman Field for this coverage of the Liberty League crossover series between Ithaca College and the Vassar Brewers. This is game number 2. Ithaca in dramatic fashion won game number 1, 10-9, and are looking to get the series sweep here. Best of 3 games to move on to the rest of the Liberty League playoffs. The winners of each of these 4 crossover series games will be moving on as Andrew McDermott steps up to get the Bombers' offense going. He'll be facing Zach Berner.
Yeah, Berner, a guy that's really struggled this season for Vassar. Matt, 1-3 with a 5.10 ERA in 30 innings. Only 5.4 strikeouts per 9 and a 281 batting average against. So he throws a lot of strikes. The Bombers will have their opportunities to swing the bats here.
And McDermott sends one high at the wall, and that one's gone. Hot start for the Bombers as Andrew McDermott on the first pitch hits a leadoff home run.
That was an absolute rocket off the bat of Andrew McDermott. The grad transfer student has been fantastic all season long, and he knew it right away. He flipped the bat. 1-0 Bombers. What a start. Just the way that game number 1 ended.
And Luke, correct me if I'm wrong, that's almost the same exact spot that Ethan Didabo's home run went out to end game number 1.
Same spot, probably 50 feet further.
Absolutely crushed that first pitch. And Ethan McDonough steps up to try to carry the momentum.
Right, kind of right on cue right there. Berner throws a lot of strikes and gets hit pretty hard, and immediately making an impact there is Andrew McDermott.
1-0 count. Berger deals. That one's in the zone, 1-1 now.
And not a terrible outing last time out for Berner. He got a no decision in 4 1/3, 6 hits, but only 2 earned runs, struck out 2 and walked 1.
Berger. Low and away, ball 2. And with a start like that, the Bombers immediately get some energy back after maybe losing a little bit going into extra innings in that last game, although they did get the win, but still, it's tough to have a 3-run lead late, go into extras. And Ethan McDonough with the 3-1 count now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's been already a long day here at Freeman Field, but a good start like that gives you hope.
Solid contact into right field, under it, and making the easy catches Luke Barrientos for Vassar.
McDonough just got under that one, trying to drive it to right field, but came up a little empty there. We'll see. The sun is not so much out. It's a little bit less windy than it was before, so we'll see how that impacts the ball traveling into the outfield. But Andrew McDermott did not seem to have any problems on that first pitch.
Didn't have any issues. Camden Laney, the designated hitter, up now. Bombers up 1-0, bottom of the first, off of an Andrew McDermott leadoff home run. Only saw one pitch, that's all he needed. And Camden Laney now 0-1. Berger deals, that one popped up. It's foul, but there's going to be a chance, and reaching all the way behind himself is the third baseman Noah Stockman for Vassar to record the second out of the inning.
So 3 batters in, Matt, and we've already seen 3 balls hit really high in the air. I wonder if that's going to be a trend going forwards. The Bombers are going to have to try to find a way to find some of those gaps and maybe hit some more line drives, but I'm still not over. That was a bomb by Andrew McDermott.
Definitely a lot of pop for sure so far from Zach Berger, and Ethan Fantel steps up, gets clipped on the first pitch, and takes his base. So the Bombers now with a runner on, and coming up is Colin Feeney.
And it's so critical. Ethan Murley here, the freshman, he was outstanding in the regular season, but this is the playoffs. This is his first taste of the Liberty League tournament. It's going to be really crucial for the Bombers to give him a nice lead early on, a cushion that he can work with. That home run, really crucial, but the Bombers a chance to add on here.
And the storyline throughout the rest of the Bombers season, through the Liberty League playoffs at least, they're on a streak. They want to continue to win. They've won 3 in a row, and even dating back to their Empire 8 days, 11 out of the last 12 championships in their respective division the Bombers baseball team has won. This is a winning culture for sure. 1-1 count now. Berger on the bump. Colin Feeney looking to advance Ethan Fantel after he got hit on the foot.
You would have to imagine the Bombers certainly not disappointed with the way Game 1 played out, because, of course, it came out to a win, and a dramatic one at that, but you'd imagine maybe they're hoping for a little bit more of a comfortable victory here in Game 2, kind of prove to themselves that Vassar's not necessarily an equal opponent.
Hit hard, and it looks like it's going foul based off of the reaction. That's out of our viewpoint, but based off of the reaction from Luke Barrientos out in right field, that one does go foul. So 2-2 count now for Colin Feeney.
Well, it's only the first inning, but we're seeing some really hard hit balls. That one, if that had stayed fair, that would have been long gone.
3-2 now. That one's low.
A great opportunity here for the Bombers. 3-2, 2 outs. Fantel will be off with the pitch. Does not necessarily run great, but will still be an opportunity here for him to get a head start.
Although they haven't updated the scoreboard, but I'm sure that was 3-2.
It is 3-2, yeah.
And he'll take his walk. Will Colin Feeney is now stepping up Ethan Didabo, the hero from Game 1.
Absolutely, and I tell you what, if he hits one over the wall in right field here again, that dugout is going to have a hard time containing themselves, and that would be a fantastic start to game number 2. Really, anything here for the Bombers to come through and extend the lead. This is kind of Didabo's moment.
And as the dark clouds roll in, the Bombers would like as much of a cushion as they possibly can, anticipating any rain. Depending on where they are in the game, they might have to pause and pick up at a later date, or could just be the end of the game. Didabo takes the first pitch in, and that'll be ball 1. So 1-0 count now for Didabo. 2 runners on, Ethan Fantel on second, Colin Feeney on first. Berger deals, contact, up, under it, Noah Stockman, and he ends the inning. 1-0 Bombers off of a leadoff Andrew McDermott home run, and we'll be back for the top of the second after a short break.
Top of inning number 2 here back at Valicente Diamond at Freeman Field. The Bombers are ahead 1-0. They give Ethan Murley a lead to work with. Had a really quick and easy top of the first inning. He's out here for the top of inning number 2. He'll face Mark Milano, the catcher, to lead off the inning. And he hits one hard to shortstop, but right there. And making the play over to Fantel is Riley Brody. For out number 1, 1 pitch, 1 out for Ethan Murley. A very economical start to this one.
Just a solid play there, and that's exactly what you need to do. Is if there's going to be contact, just make the easy plays if it's going to be grounded into the infield. And for the Bombers, it's now about how do we keep the control on the pitching end and how do we help our pitcher out on the defensive end.
Ricardo Reyna, the second baseman, steps into the right-handed hitting batter's box, and he takes strike one. Murley not messing around here early on, as we've seen all year long from him. The 0-1 working from the windup, and that one drilled to shortstop over the head and into left center field. That one just out of the outstretched arm of Riley Brody, and it'll be a 1-out base hit. So another base runner here. They had an opportunity in the first inning. Were not able to bring in a run, but the tying run now on. The batter will be Daniel Laderman, the left fielder. Hitting 7th, he digs into the right-handed hitting batter's box. A wide stance, Murley out of the stretch once again. He did that for much of the first inning. Throw back to first, and diving back in is Reyna, the second baseman.
You got to take advantage of base runners if you're Vassar here. You want to put as much pressure early on to Ethan Murley as you possibly can.
That one foul tip back to the screen, so quickly 0-2.
The Brewers definitely hoping to rattle him as much as possible early on here. Again, the Bombers with about as good of a start you can have from your first batter, so Vassar now needs to try to match that momentum as much as they can in this inning.
Throw back to Fantel once again. Reyna dives back in. Matt, really all season long, the two rookies that have emerged are those two guys, Ethan Murley and Ethan Fantel. They've had fantastic seasons so far for the Bombers, and they get starts here in the playoffs.
And that's why they're trusted here in such a high-stakes game in the playoffs, because...
That's strike 3 called. Unless I believe the scoreboard was updated incorrectly, so it's strike 2 there. So now it's 0-2. Sorry, Matt, continue.
No, but yeah, it's these two have been so trusted throughout the season, and in a game like this, it's crucial that they step up, and as you mentioned, it's their first taste of this Liberty League playoff action.
That one's outside, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Can imagine we're going to be seeing them on the mound and at first base for years to come in this tournament. As it gets ever so darker here on the South Hill, as the clouds continue to move over our heads. That's a swing and a miss for strike 3. So down on strikes is Laderman. Murley with another K, and with 2 down now, the batter will be Noah Stockman.
And thinking back to earlier this season for the Bombers, one of the bigger issues was the hot and cold mentality of their team. When the pitching was hot, the bats would go cold. When the bats would heat up, the pitching would struggle a little bit. Finding that balance, the Bombers easily could be the best team in the Liberty League, and they've shown that. They showed that through a lot of the last game. They've shown it through a lot of this game so far.
Ryan Lobsher makes the play over to Ethan Fantel. That will retire the side. Ethan Murley is off to a very strong start. 1-0 Bombers when we return to the bottom of the second.
And we welcome you back here now to Valicente Diamond at Freeman Field for the bottom of the second. Bombers lead 1-0 after the leadoff home run from Andrew McDermott. First pitch of the game, the Bombers saw, and then they were able to get 2 base runners on in the bottom of the first, being Ethan Fantel after a hit by pitch. Colin Feeney walked, but 3 pop-ups would be the 3 outs for the Bombers there.
This is an opportunity, Matt. Bottom of the order for the Bombers here in inning number 2. Can they get on base and really make Burner work for it and bring it back to the top of the order? Maybe have a big inning and put up a crooked number here.
Burner dealing to Connor Peterson, the 7-hitter here. Count 0-1. Now the count 0-2. So quickly, Burner in a pitcher's count. A little bit of a better start to this inning than he had in the bottom of the first. Burner deals. And Peterson crushes that one, going far at the wall, and just barely stays in. That would have hit probably the yellow marking if it hadn't been for the left fielder, Daniel Liederman of Vassar.
Boy, Peterson gave that one a ride, and I tell you what, if I were Burner right now on the mound, I would not be very comfortable. A lot of really confident-looking swings coming out of the Bombers here in innings number 1 and 2.
And speaking of confident swings, one of the confident Bombers coming up here in Ryan Lobsher, trying to take on Burner. The count 0-1. Burner deals. And it hits Lobsher. You don't even need to swing, and that's the second hit by pitch that the Bombers have in that many innings. So Burner.
Yeah, this is interesting. Burner, not really a guy who walks guys, but already 2 hit by pitches, so his command has not necessarily been there, and when he's thrown strikes, they've been hit hard a lot early here. And Riley Brody will have a chance here to come through with 1 out and 1 on.
Riley Brody. And they throw back, trying to keep Ryan Lobsher honest, is Burner. And Riley Brody, just absolutely a great season so far, just batting a little under 300 on the year at 298 before the day, not counting the stats from the first game, which haven't officially gone into the scorebook yet. The count is 0-1, and throwing back again, trying to keep Ryan Lobsher on first.
Lobsher, not really a guy that you think of to run, but he has the ability.
Burner deals. Taking that for strike 1 to make the count 1-1 is Riley Brody.
This is a Bombers team that will steal bases. We know how many runs they can put up on offense. That's normally through their slugging ability.
And Brody makes contact, but they're going to say it bounced foul and then dribbled onto the infield. So the count 1-2 now.
This is a Bombers team that absolutely hits for power. We saw that on display in the first inning. The most extra base hits in the conference coming into this weekend. The highest slugging percentage. But they also have stolen the 3rd most bases. So a team that's really all-encompassing offensively.
And both teams heading back to the dugout now. I'm wondering
this might be some sort of weather concern. I'm not sure, Matt. Let's see.
Weather concern. I thought I heard thunder for a second. It was just a motorcycle down here below the Sriracha Center.
It's gotten considerably darker on the South Hill. Our visibility out towards Cayuga Lake is not what it once was, so.
And our wonderful SID here on the South Hill just announced that this is a lightning delay, so we are going to take a quick break. We'll stick with you to hopefully catch the rest of this game, but unfortunately it's looking like, depending on weather, this might be delayed until tomorrow. So we'll hop back on real quickly to keep you updated if that happens. But for right now, we are going into a break for the lightning delay, and maybe we'll be back here, hopefully. Back here at Valicente Diamond at Freeman Field to resume the bottom of the second in what's been a long, what would you say, about 40-minute delay here on the South
I think felt closer to an hour. We'll see. But let's do it, Matt. Let's play some more. Getting ready to continue the action here in the bottom of the second inning.
Lightning, thunder, a little rain never hurt anybody. That's the old saying, and it reigns true here at Ithaca College, especially with a week of rain on the schedule trying to get this game in. Desperately are the Bombers and really the Brewers as well, just to get 2 in today in the scheduled doubleheader. Matthew Giavoni alongside Luke Fitzpatrick here on the athletic stream. And to catch you up, this is Riley Brody facing off against Zach Berner, still out there on the bump. And Brody makes contact. First pitch out of the delay. That one's going to center field, but it will be the right fielder coming in and grabbing it. That's Luke Barrientos getting the second out of this bottom of the second inning.
Boy, I think the wind really knocked that one down. That one driven by Brody, but nothing doing there. So 2 outs and Lobster still on first base, getting hit by a pitch.
A little scoring update for anybody that wasn't able to catch the bottom of the first. Andrew McDermott, the solo run, scored for the Bombers on a leadoff home run. He saw his first pitch, liked it, and sent it all the way. Since then, it's been 0 scoring from either team, but back up now is Andrew McDermott, bottom of the second here, facing off against Zach Berner. The count 0-1.
And Berner still getting hit hard and hit in the air. McDermott, the home run the first time up, another pop out. Not a lot of line drives or balls on the ground. We'll see if that continues this way.
We saw Berner give up some solid contact at the beginning of this game. He still has so far to Riley Brody, but in a pop-up out, Berner deals. McDermott takes, but that one in for strike 2. So 1-2 count now.
So Berner out after the long delay. We'll see how Coach Valicente wants to play it. If he wants to continue with Murley or not, we still don't know.
And the common consensus down there amongst the fans, amongst some of the players, seems to be if we get through 5, whoever's in the lead, if the conditions are unbearable, the game will end. So the Bombers looking to have a lead through 5. That one struck and finds a gap out into right field now. And he's going to stay on first is Andrew McDermott. Heading to third, Ryan Lobsher. Remember, he got on after getting hit by a pitch over an hour ago.
Yeah, Bombers are going to want to get as many guys on base and extend this lead as much as they can to give themselves breathing room towards the middle innings if they do decide to call this game.
Ethan McDonough stepping up to the plate now. Runners on the corners after an Andrew McDermott single. He's 2 for 2 on the day. McDonough.
That one really,
Berner.
Really the first line drive that we've seen all day, but a good sign for the Bombers there.
McDonough takes that first pitch in for a strike. 0-1 count. Still a little bit of drizzle every once in a while here, but it looks like the brunt of it is behind us. And as you can see on the camera, behind the South Hill with a lot of fog over Lake Cayuga here in upstate New York as that second pitch goes in for a ball. The count now 1-1.
Yeah, the visibility has really fluctuated over the past hour. Lake Cayuga at certain points was completely invisible. It's somewhat visible at this point in the game, but it's gone in and out of visibility over the last hour.
Berner deals. That one high. The steal from McDermott is good. And a smart play there from Birch Herring Jackson to, instead of trying to go back in second, threaten to throw it home and hold up Ryan Lobsher where he is.
But a single here would be just what the Bombers are looking for and would likely score 2 runs. A 3-0 lead would mean a lot at this stage of the game to give their staff a cushion.
Berner hit sharply into center field. It's not going to drop, though. A nice catch on his knees is Jensen Bergman to end the bottom of the second. So Bombers again going to leave runners stranded as they continue to lead 1-0.
We welcome you back in here for the top of the third inning. 1-0 Bombers still with the lead. Sun starting to creep back out here at Freeman Field. That one is low for ball one. It looks like it is Ethan Murley back on the mound for the time being after the hour-long delay. So both starting pitchers still in the game. 1 ball, 1 strike, a check swing. That was called a strike there, so Murley gets the count to be 1-1.
And a little bit of sun now here on the South Hill.
Cut and a miss there, 1-2.
Big opportunity for Murley here. Just has to come back out after the long break, try to get some quick outs. Again, they're looking for that magic number 5th inning.
Bradley Markheim, the batter, he's the first baseman. The 9-hitter in this order. That one chopped at the plate. It's going to be foul. Might have hit that one off of himself, so the count 2-2. Top of the order on deck. Birch Herring, Jackson, and Jensen Bergman after him. Sun really starting to come out here, which is a stark difference to the past hour. Murley deals, and that one down and away, 3 balls and 2 strikes. So scoreboard, yeah, and there we go. The scoreboard just updates now. It would be a full count to the leadoff batter in the inning, Bradley Markhind, and he steps off now.
Something with Ethan Didabo down there. I don't know if his mask was coming undone, but it seems like he's making some adjustments to his catcher's mask and now squats back down.
This is a Vassar Brewer offense that doesn't want to fall too far behind in the game. They're sort of middle of the pack. That one chopped at the plate foul. It's still 3-2. Third fewest runs scored in the conference, but otherwise statistically towards the middle of the pack. They don't strike out a ton. The second fewest strikeouts. But on base, they're not going to run much. The fewest stolen bases in the conference. That one tagged into center field. It's going to drop for a base hit. So a leadoff single here to start the top of the third inning. Bradley Markhind is on base for the top of the order.
And if we remember way back to the first 2 innings, Ethan Murley had some runners get on, but it's just about getting out of those situations, and he's done so pretty efficiently so far. But again, after a long delay, it might be just a little more important that Ethan Murley gets out of this one quickly.
Murley's been out of the stretch a lot today. That one, a bunt. He slips down and still makes the play. Fantastic play there by Ethan Murley. It looked like he slipped on one knee. Hard to tell if that was intentional or not, but he got to the ball and throws out Herring Jackson. So 1 out. Moving up to second base is Markhind. So 1 out and a runner in scoring position. The first runner in scoring position of the day, and Jensen Bergman will be the batter.
And that's the first of what I can only predict might be many slips that we see now, where we didn't have a ton of rain, but enough that it could make an impact on the grass out there.
First pitch is low and inside to Bergman, the center fielder. You can imagine it's a very slick diamond out there right now. We'll see how that plays out in the game. Not a ton of wind right now, quite sunny. That ball's high, 2-0. Murley, not usually a guy that walks a lot. Walks a lot of batters, I should say. But doesn't strike out a ton either. Only about 7 strikeouts per 9. Murley set at the belt. And the 2-0 pitch. He fires. That's high and away, and it's 3 balls and no strikes. Bergman, not necessarily a guy you want to throw many pitches over the plate to. He's one of the better hitters in this Vassar lineup. So maybe Murley pitching around him a little bit. The 3-0 pitch. That one's in there for a strike. You wonder if a little bit of it is command coming out of the long break, and you wonder how much of it is with a guy in scoring position. Maybe Murley doesn't want to pitch to Bergman as much.
Yeah,
and he'll take his chances with the guys on deck.
you just want to get out of this as quickly as possible, too. So for Murley, just keeping control of that command, and that's not what you want to do is walk guys.
Yeah, 3-1 pitch high for ball 4, so 2 on with only 1 out. Jameson will be the batter, the designated hitter. So the right-handed hitting slugger digs into the box. Still 1-0 Bombers. Murley in a little bit of a jam here, though. But a ground ball could get him out of it. Been working from the stretch a lot of this game so far, and he deals. That one's in there for a strike. He gets ahead.
And this is what we've seen him do well so far this game, is be able to get out of situations where you have base runners on. Remember, before the long delay, he had runners on second and third with 0 outs and was able to get out of that without giving up too much of anything.
That one dribbled to third. Lobsher's got it. He's not going to be able to turn 2. He'll take the out at first base. So 2 down, the runners advance to second and third, but a big out number 2 from Murley.
Smart play there from Lobsher. He thought about going 2, but then you just add a little bit of unknown into the equation. He knew he had a guaranteed out at first. If he threw to second and was late, then you could potentially have bases loaded with only 1 out. You'd much rather have runners on second and third with 2 outs.
So with 2 down and 2 runners in scoring position, the batter will be Luke Barrientos, and he takes a ball outside 1-0. Barrientos, the right fielder, and another guy in this lineup that maybe with a base open, Murley considers working around him a bit. 1-0 pitch. That one chopped to third. It'll stay fair. Lobsher gloves, throws, and now they're going to call it a foul ball. So the count 1-1. That one, Lobsher got to it right before it got to the third base bag. So the umpire's decision there, he's going to call that one a foul ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. And Barrientos will have to swing it again. Boy, with this weather right now, Matt, you would not have thought that it would have been thunder and lightning just about 45 minutes ago. This is
it's been
a partly cloudy day at this point.
It's been extremely different from the beginning of this game to about 30 minutes ago to now.
That one will be lined foul back out of play towards the parking lot.
But
a little bit over the tree right here, right in front of us.
This is baseball in the South Hill. 2 weeks ago, it was snowing in the middle of April. Now it's sunny and raining and all over the place, and that's just what we've come to expect. But the view has cleared up nicely. We can see Lake Cayuga now, which we weren't able to for the majority of the beginning of this game.
1 ball, 2 strikes. That one swung on and missed. Murley gets his second strikeout of the afternoon, and it's a big one with 2 guys in scoring position. So the Bombers will take a 1-0 lead to the bottom of inning number 3 when we return.
Welcome back here to Valzente Diamond at Freeman Field for the bottom of the 3rd in this game that, no, it has not been a 2-hour first 2.5 innings so far. We did have an hour lightning-rain delay, and we're back here now for the Bombers with a 1-0 lead over the Vassar Brewers, looking to win Game 2 of this Liberty League crossover series to earn them one of the 4 places into the Liberty League playoff series.
Middle of the order due up here for the Bombers. This is an opportunity to really jump on Zach Berner and jump out to a strong advantage. 34 pitches through 2 innings. Obviously had that long delay, but not the most efficient start for this guy.
Zach Berner has given up lots of hard contact so far. Camden Laney, a sophomore who is not opposed to getting a lot of hard contact as he takes that second one. The count 2-0.
And this is a guy in Zach Berner who's known for throwing a lot of strikes and not necessarily quality ones. Been hit hard a lot today, doesn't really walk guys.
Berner deals. And that one high and away for ball 3. Camden Laney looking to work a walk in the first step at-bat of this bottom of the 3rd inning. Berner deals. And that one in for strike 1.
Can't imagine Laney had the green light there leading off the inning. Berner hasn't yet in this inning shown the ability to throw strikes, so not surprised with the take there from Laney.
Berner deals, and Laney takes that one, but it's going to go way foul back behind the Ithaca dugout and the press box down there at Freeman Field.
And right back to it, knowing that Berner's going to come back over the plate. Laney ready to swing the stick.
Full count now, although the scoreboard hasn't updated to dictate that. There we go. Laney steps back in. Berner set to deal. And that one's high. Laney will take his walk from a full count. And that'll bring up Ethan Fantel, who was hit by a pitch his first time out.
Really good at bat there by Camden Laney. He had the 3-0 advantage. Let Berner come to him. He threw him a couple of strikes, fouled one of them off, and then didn't see anything you liked on 3-2 and works a walk here, bringing up Fantel and the rest of the big guys in the middle of the order.
Fantel, such
Big
a
bats,
great
I should
season
say.
so far. Has that first one in for a strike, so the count 0-1. Berner set. Fantel swings. That one hit up high, foul, but a chance to get this. And it drops by the third baseman, Noah Stockman. We've already seen him put away 2 batters in that foul area, but that time maybe a little sun in his eyes, almost goes into the Ithaca Bomber dugout.
Yeah, really tough play there over by the dugout and in the shadows, so I suppose that one may end up being ruled an error, but that would be a really tough error there. Not an easy play by any stretch.
Count 0-2. Berner to deal. Swung on. Fantel. That one's going deep. But it's brought down by the center fielder. A nice catch running from Jensen Bergman. And he didn't get under that one. He almost grabbed it out of the air.
Fantastic catch there by Bergman in center field. Took a hit away from Fantel. Another ball hit on the screws by this Bombers offense. And really a great play there to ensure that it wasn't an extra base hit for Fantel.
And we've seen a couple of nice catches from Bergman so far today as Colin Feeney steps up. 1 out, bottom of the 3rd, Bombers lead 1-0. The base runner on after getting walked to start the inning, Camden Laney, and that one is outside for ball 1.
Still relatively early, but Berner does not have a strikeout in this game. It's been all contact for Ithaca.
It's been all contact for Ithaca, not only in their hits, but also in their outs as well. There hasn't really been any ground outs today. It's been mostly pop flies either to the outfield or in the foul area, as we mentioned earlier. As the count 1-0, Berner set to deal. And that one in for a strike. 1-1 count to Colin Feeney. His first time up, he walked. Berner
really taking his time and is very focused on Camden Laney off of first base.
It was very focused. They almost got him there. That was a little too close to comfort for Camden Laney. Bradley Markand also helping out there, but Burner deals now. And that one outside, the count 2-1.
All lefties in this inning, so the Bombers are having their chances right now in the left-on-right matchups to take advantage of Burner, but with the guys they've had on base, they've only scratched one run across, and that was on the absolute blast off the bat of Andrew McDermott.
Feeney swings, just tips it. That'll be a foul, but at a strike nonetheless. The count 2-2 now. And yeah, looking back to the Andrew McDermott leadoff home run, one of the few home runs we've seen not only this season, but in our time here on the South Hill that cleared the tree line, almost made it all the way to the road out there. Just an absolute moonshot to get the Bombers started. And the only score on the day so far, Burner deals. Feeney makes contact, but that one's going back in foul.
Yeah, I think that one was at least 380 feet to right, Matt. That got well past the 353-foot marker. Could have been close to 400 feet. We're not going to have an official distance on it, but
I wouldn't be surprised if that touched 400.
Yeah, that was one swing of the bat on the first pitch of the game.
Burner, that one high and outside. Full count now for Colin Feeney.
This is going to be very interesting to see if Coach Valicente puts Camden Laney in motion. There's only one out, but the count is full. And Colin Feeney, a guy with great bat control on a full count.
Laney looked as though he was going in motion, but it doesn't matter. Feeney's going to get the fourth ball and take his base. So runners on first and second now as Ethan Dadabo steps up. And it seems almost a lifetime ago now, but Ethan Dadabo, just to remind everybody, the hero in game number 1 who hit the walk-off in extra innings to hand the Bombers that first win.
Not quite as far to right field as McDermott's shot, but certainly an exciting moment here, and the Bombers on their way to trying to close this series out here with a win in Game 2.
Looks at the first pitch. That one's for a ball. 1-0 count on Dadabo.
And Burner's pitch count is not getting any lower at this stage in the game. He's up over 50 pitches through just 2 1/3. And on the other side, Ethan Murley through those 3 innings has just 39 pitches.
Burner, that one clips the inside of the zone, and the count is 1-1.
He's going to have no choice here but to challenge Dadabo and throw him a strike. Already 3 walks. Does not want to raise that total.
Dadabo looks back, and that one goes way past Markin, and the Bombers at least will get one base, and Camden Laney does stay on third. I thought he might try to run home initially, but the Bombers, off of a throwing error there, both extend to now second and third.
Yeah, Bombers dancing a little bit on the base paths, and that forced an error for the Brewers. I understand there's a base open, but Burners really has no place to put Dadabo with Peterson, Lobster, and Brody, who can all do damage coming up after him.
Deals, and Dadabo, that one off the glove of the shortstop Birch Heerman Jackson, and it'll bring in Camden Laney for the Bombers' second run of the game. Moving up to third will be Colin Feeney, and Ethan Dadabo with a RBI single gets the first.
Herring Jackson almost stabbed that one, but close but no cigar, and the Bombers extend the lead, and they're still threatening here in inning number 3.
Connor Peterson stepping up now, and yeah, Herring Jackson had an opportunity for that one, but bounces off his glove, and Camden Laney takes advantage, and the whole Bombers team out there takes advantage, as now Connor Peterson looking to extend with runners on the corner.
And Peterson, a guy who first time up, Matt, we saw him drill that ball to the 358 sign in left field, so he's already made really good contact against Burner once. We'll see what he's able to do here the second time around.
Pitchers count 0-1. Burner set, deals, and squaring for a bunt was Connor Peterson, but that one, I don't know if it necessarily went off his bat, but into Mark Milano, the catcher for Vassar, so he's going to need a minute.
Yeah, that one got him squarely. Hard to tell from our angle where it hit him, but clearly affected him, and he's going to need a moment here.
And we'll step away for a second as Mark Milano catches his breath.
Yeah, he's good.
Mark Milano back up and standing now. Just might have gotten the wind knocked out of him there, as it looked like it tipped off of Peterson's bunt attempt, and he wasn't ready to catch off the tip. Burner still out there, the count 0-2, looking for a huge strikeout here. But that one's going to be way high.
This is interesting, Matt. Brewers are bringing the corners in. You wonder if they're going to try to come home and cut down the run there before making an attempt at a double play up the middle.
Burner checks first, sets, and that one's in the dirt. Runners stay on the corners, and it'll just go for ball 2. So a 2-2 count now to Connor Peterson.
It was a good job there by Milano, clearly shaken up a bit, but gets to that one quickly and freezes the runners. The little things like that might have a big impact for Vassar down the stretch of this game.
2-2 count now. Was 0-2. Connor Peterson almost had a home run in his first at-bat. That one is inside, and we'll have a full count. Nearly clipped him. We saw Burner hit 2 batters within the first inning and I think a third or 2/3 of the second inning before we hit our rain delay. Burner now with a full count. And that one swung on. Connor Peterson popped up. Won't leave the infield, and calling everybody off to make the catch is the first baseman, Bradley Markin.
And that was a really great effort by Ethan Dadabo. He was off with the pitch, quickly changed his direction and got back to first base. He looks like he might be out of breath a little bit. In a dead sprint to and from second base. But a big out there by Burner. Another ball hit in the air, 2 outs and 2 on. But Ryan Lobsher an opportunity to come through and extend this lead.
Yeah, stepping up with runners in the corner is Ryan Lobsher with a potential to extend the lead. That one's going to be low and away for ball 1. So the count 1-0. And Ithaca, in all 3 innings so far, despite the 2-0 lead, have left runners stranded. So looking to drive in as many runs as possible. And Ryan Lobsher looks at a second pitch. That one is high and uptight for ball 2. Burner sets.
Burner does not necessarily want to load the bases. He's got to challenge Lobsher here.
And he'll challenge him for that pitch, getting it into the zone for strike 1. So a 2-1 count now to Ryan Lobsher. Zach Burner looking to get out of this bottom of the 3rd inning with minimal damage. Pitch. And Lobsher makes contact, but that one is sent right back into the backstop. So a 2-2 count now. 2s across the board, with Burner having an excellent chance to potentially get out of this inning.
This would be really big here for Vassar if they are able to get out of this inning and keep it a 2-0 game.
And Lobsher looks at that one. He's got a full count. The 3rd full count we've seen in this inning. The first 2 were walks.
And this would not shock me. We already saw Ethan Dadabo off earlier in this inning with 2 outs and a 3-2 count. Now that I think about it, he will definitely be off with this pitch.
And that'll load the bases for the Bombers as Ryan Lobsher walks. So you've got Colin Feeney at 3rd, Ethan Dadabo at 2nd, Ryan Lobsher at 1st. And stepping up now is Riley Brody, the shortstop. Bases loaded for Riley Brody. Zach Burner looking to limit the damage to 1 in this inning.
Yeah, Brody just missed it last time up and flew out to right field. With the bases loaded here, looking for a ball in the air, but maybe on more of a line that could be in one of the gaps and extend this Bombers lead.
0-1 count. That one inside. Count now 1-1. Riley Brody, opportunity to blow this game wide open.
Hey, Coach.
Burner. That one down for ball 2.
Yes, next week works perfectly. I meant to get back to you.
No place to put him here. He's got to throw a strike to Riley Brody here, whether he wants to or not.
Brody looks at that one for strike 2. So the count now 2-2 and 2 outs. A strikeout would be massive for Burner.
And Burner's pitch count is not doing him any favors, getting close to 70 here in the third.
A swing and a miss for Riley Brody, and that strikeout will end the third inning with minimal damage. But the Bombers add 1 with Camden Laney, who walked but eventually was driven home by a RBI single from Ethan Dadabo. And we'll be right back for the top of the 4th here on the Athletic Stream.
Top of inning number 4 here from the South Hill. Ethan Murley will be back out to start his 4th inning of work. Obviously that very long delay, but he's been pretty economical and efficient through his first 3 innings, just 39 pitches, only 2 hits. He's walked a batter but struck out 2, so he's looked really dominant out there on the mound. The Bombers have been unable to get to Zach Burner really just yet. They are ahead 2-0 on an Andrew McDermott leadoff home run, and then they were able to tack on 1 in the bottom half of the 3rd inning, but more opportunities there, Matt, that they weren't able to capitalize on.
Yeah, the Bombers have looked really solid so far. Again, they've gotten that contact, but despite being up 2-0, they've left runners on in every bottom of the inning so far, and especially with bases loaded in that last one. You've got to imagine if Vassar is able to come back and make this more of a game and start hitting against Ethan Murley, that's really going to come back to bite them.
So Murley's still out there on the mound. Just about halfway through his 2nd time through the order. Mark Milano, the catcher, digs in and will take ball 1. Shaken up a little bit in the last inning, but stayed in the game. Made a really nice play to block a wild pitch. And he'll lead off this top of the 4th. The 1-0 pitch is popped high in the air towards right center field. Coming in and calling for this one and making the catch is Ethan McDonough for out number 1. Another very fast out for Ethan Murley, and that's exactly what he's looking for.
Yeah, you don't necessarily always need your guy to come in and get a million strikeouts. If you could pitch for that soft contact and either get pop-ups, or a lot of what Ethan Murley's given up so far in terms of contact have been grounders that the Bombers' defense has just played really well.
First pitch is in there for strike 1. He comes right after Ricardo Reyna, the second baseman. Reyna with a single hit sharply over the head of Riley Brody, the shortstop, the first time up. And he drills a base hit through the left side once again. So some sharp swings from Ricardo Reyna off of Ethan Murley in his 2 at-bats in this game. And so with 1 out and 1 on, the batter will be the left fielder, Daniel Laderman.
And that's just tough for the Bombers. Gets right by Ryan Lobsher, and just a nice swing and hit again from Ricardo Reyna, who's had 2 of those really nice, just gets past the Bomber, and all of a sudden there's a base runner, and Ethan Murley has had base runners in all of his innings so far pitched.
First pitch of this at-bat is in there for a strike. It catches the lower outside corner. Sun has dropped at this point in the game and may be covered by some clouds. It's partly cloudy and partly sunny. Crowd has filed back into this game. The dugouts making their presence known as well. From the stretch once again. Murley deals that one a swing and a miss, but the ball's into the dirt. It's going to go to the backstop. And moving up to second base is Reyna on the wild pitch.
Good heads-up play from Reyna just to see that it's going to the backstop, jump immediately, and just get over to second. That's exactly what you want to do as a base runner, is not fall asleep at the wheel.
So the count is 0-2. Murley with 2 strikeouts on the day, looking for number 3 right here if he's able to put away Lederman. Lederman 0 for 1. He did strike out his first time up. Murley deals. That one is into the dirt. A nice stop there behind the plate by Dadabo. And the count 1-2. 3 hits aside, but more base runners and more opportunities for the Bombers as Burner has walked 4 and hit 2. Just 2 walks and no hit batters for Murley. That one foul tipped to the plate and he'll stay alive. The count's still 1-2. We mentioned it earlier, but Murley, the rookie, in a really big spot here. Coach Valicente putting a lot of trust into him, as well as Ethan Fantel, the first baseman. The 2 rookies that have made a really big impact on this group all year long. Murley set at the belt for a 1-2 pitch. He seems to be slowing down a little bit more. It doesn't matter here, though. That one swung on and missed for strike 3 and 2 down.
Big strikeout there just to calm down this inning, and this has honestly been his least stressful inning so far. Only 1 base runner so far, hasn't had to deal with a lot of that pressure yet, and other than the pitch that got past Ethan Dadabo, it's been pretty solid work so far from Ethan Murley.
Third baseman Stockman digs into the right-handed hitting batter's box. He's 0 for 1 in this game. So 2 on and 1 out. That's Reyna, who leads off of second base. And Murley will step off and throw back to second. Peterson not necessarily holding him on, but Reyna with a big lead just wanted to keep him close. Murley fires the first pitch. That one swung on and missed. Way ahead of that one. And out front was Noah Stockman. Murley doing a nice job keeping hitters off balance. Has not started many at-bats with the off-speed pitch, but it was really effective there. Takes a peek back at second and comes home. That one swung on and missed. Once again, Stockman was very early there. Maybe sitting on a heater, and now Murley is 1 strike away from getting through 4 shutout innings. Murley looks into Dadabo. Reyna leads off of second base. 2-0 Bombers. Top of the 4th. Murley kicks the leg and fires, and that one popped up to third. Long run for Lobsher. He's not going to get there. That one's going to go foul towards the bullpen, and the count's still 0-2.
That would have been an impressive sprint if Lobsher was able to make it over there in time.
Yeah, just a little bit past his outstretched arm, unable to get to it on the warning track. So it's still 0-2. Bradley Markind on deck. He's 1 for 1 with a single. Murley's 0-2 pitch, a really big lead from second base from Reyna. And Murley's going to step off and throw back. Peterson was not initially holding him on, but then crept closer and closer when he saw the lead that Reyna was getting. 0-2, 2 down. Murley trying to get out of the inning. He comes home. Strike 3 called. Got him looking. 4 Ks in the ball game and 2 in the inning for Ethan Murley. The Bombers will carry their 2-0 lead into the bottom of inning number 4.
And we welcome you back into this broadcast of the Liberty League crossover series as the Ithaca College Bombers look to take 2 of 2 in this doubleheader to advance in the Liberty League playoffs. Matthew Giavoni joined by Luke Fitzpatrick here on the broadcast as Vassar has decided to go for their first pitching change of the day, and they bring in Danny Wellner. So Zach Berner, his day's done. We saw him give up a lot of contact in the first 3 innings, but only gave up 2 earned runs. So overall was able to limit the damage despite walking and hitting Bombers to the tune of 6 stranded base runners.
Wellner, a junior from Winewood, Pennsylvania, coming into pitch here, had not the best season statistically, an 8.10 ERA. In 16 2/3 innings. We'll see what the Bombers are able to do here as Andrew McDermott steps in.
He also has to come in against the top of the order in Andrew McDermott, who's hit a home run and a single so far in this game. So very successful day for Andrew McDermott, who has had a very successful season and career here as a Bomber, as the grad transfer steps out, or doesn't step out, but there's some sort of meeting happening now, and
yeah, we'll see here.
Just handed something off to a pitching coach, it looks like.
Wellner, not a guy that is going to nibble around the zone. 19 strikeouts in those 16 2/3 innings, so McDermott's going to see some strikes in this at-bat, you would imagine.
Andrew McDermott steps back in. Wellner on the bump. Set. Deals. And McDermott looks at that one for the first strike of the at-bat, so the count is now 1-1.
Yeah, I think this is not necessarily rocket science here, Matt. I don't think that Vassar wanted to see Zach Berner face Andrew McDermott for a 3rd time based on the way the first 2 times went.
That one's very high for ball number 2, so the count is 2-1, and yeah, Luke, I mean, Andrew McDermott and really the whole Bombers lineup so far has been so successful against Zach Berner, and you've got to think it's only a matter of time before all of those stranded base runners become runs. Deals. And swung on, tipped into the glove, or no, that was just tipped down. So Andrew McDermott stays alive, but did make contact on that swing. So a 2-2 count now.
McDermott still with some confident swings, has that 2-for-2 start.
Wellner. McDermott strikes that one. That's going deep at the warning track and brought in by the right fielder, Luke Barrientos, who has made so many nice catches on pop-ups so far today.
Yeah, Barrientos has been busy out there in right field. Another drive there by McDermott, but the air seems to be maybe a little dead at this stage in the game and this stage of the day, so maybe if that was a couple hours ago that would carry out, but just in front of the warning track there, not enough for McDermott.
Ethan McDonough steps up now. McDermott has made solid contact, and that one still made it all the way to the warning track, so could have potentially, had it had just a little more oomph on it, seen our second Andrew McDermott home run of the day. But Wellner, with an 0-1 count, Ethan McDonough watches that one, goes to the backstop, doesn't matter, no runners on, and the count is 1-1.
It's the first time in a while it feels that the Bombers haven't had any base runners, but Wellner naturally working out of the stretch as many relievers do with no guys on.
Wellner delivers, and McDonough holds up for a 2-1 count now. Looked like he thought about swinging there, but was able to watch it go low and away as Wellner gets set. Definitely has a routine in his delivery. That one inside for ball 3. Three and 1 count. Walks have been the enemy so far for the Vassar Brewers, whether it was Berner or now Wellner, who would like to avoid a walk if at all possible. And that one called a strike. Ethan McDonough got ready to toss his bat aside.
Yeah, McDonough really thought that one was ball 4, but Wellner, a guy that will walk batters. He had 10 of them this season in those 16 2/3 innings, so
full count.
An opportunity here for McDonough to get on base.
Now he'll get walked. another close one, but that one goes inside, and McDonough gets his walk. So runner on for the Bombers as Camden Laney, set to come up next. Danny Wellner, first time through the lineup here. Camden Laney watches that one for a strike. So an 0-1 count now for Camden Laney, who his first time's up, popped out to third and walked.
And this lefty-heavy lineup for the Bombers has another opportunity against a righty for Vassar. We've got all these advantage opportunities, but they still haven't been able to come through on the scoreboard very much.
And Wellner, that one a slow pitch, but it's going to ground into a double play is Camden Laney, and that'll end the bottom of the fourth. Pretty slow pitch to start there, but the contact just not able to get out of the infield, and the Bombers will end the bottom of the fourth still up 2-0.
Back here in the top of the fifth inning, Ethan Murley back out there for his fifth inning of work. 4 shutout innings and has really displayed a lot of dominance. 4 strikeouts, only walked 1 batter, not a lot of hard contact. Strike 1 here, the first pitch for Bradley Markhind. So 9-1 and 2 due up for Vassar. It gets back to the top of the order. That'll be the 3rd time around that Murley's seen them. That one's low, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
And again, with that 5th inning rule, the Bombers just looking to hold the lead through the 5th now.
Really deals on that one, chopped at the plate, and it's 1-2. Murley's been working out of the stretch for much of this game, so a quick inning where he can limit base runners would be really critical for him if he wants to see a 6th inning. From the windup, he deals that one. Popped on the infield. It's going to be in foul territory over toward the visitors' dugout. And it'll be out of play, still 1-2. So Markhind, Herring Jackson, and then Bergman. This is the guy that Murley's going to want to get out before he faces the bigger names and the bigger bats in the top and the middle of the Vassar order. Working quickly out of the windup. The 1-2 pitch is right down the chute for strike 3. Markhind frustrated there. He just got frozen. 5 Ks in the book for Murley, and there's 1 out in inning number 5.
It's been a really good outing for Murley so far, and these are the types of outings, which is why he's in the position he is right now, and why the team trusts him to come out and start not only in an important game, but a playoff game.
Murley continues to look like himself in mid-season form. That one is high for ball 1, 1-0. And what a statement he is making here for himself and really the future of this pitching staff. The 1-0 pitch is down into the dirt, and it's 2-0. Aaron Jackson, the shortstop. And that one hits him, so he's going to be on base here. So a one-out base runner for Vassar. And the batter will be Jensen Bergman, who's 0 for 1 but has walked. So he's been on base one of his 2 times up to the plate. So this will be a left-on-right matchup. Murley will once again be working out of the stretch. He's had a base runner in every inning. One out, one on. 2-0 Bombers in the top of the 5th. First pitch is in for strike 1. Murley's been dealing strikes all day long. Just over 60 pitches now in the game here in the 5th inning. Much more efficient than Zach Berner on the other end. He deals in 0-1. That one's a little bit low, doesn't get the call. 1 ball, 1 strike. Starting to get a lot darker here on the South Hill. Some clouds creeping in, so we'll see how much longer this one's able to go before it looks like we may get some rain here. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 on. Pitch is high, 2-1. Murley's been coming back, and that at-bat earlier that we saw him attack with a lot of the off-speed, he's been coming with fastballs after fastball to get ahead, but he's behind here, 2-1 on Jensen Bergman. The 2-1 pitch, squares to bunt, pulls back, and takes ball 3, 3-1.
Heads-up play there to be able to pull back and recognize when it's not a pitch that you want to necessarily bunt on, because in that first inning we saw, or not the first inning, but I should say at the end of that last game, I saw a couple of Vassar bunt attempts that they nearly struck out on, just continuing to try to bunt to bad pitches.
So the 3-1 pitch is high and outside, so the second walk for Bergman and the third on the day for Murley. Pretty clear he just doesn't want to pitch to him with a base open, but now he's going to have to face the middle of the order with 1 out, 2 men on. Tyson Jamison, the big designated hitter, will be the batter. The 3-hole hitter in this lineup. Quick conference from Didabo out to the mound with Ethan Murley to make sure they're on the same page. Murley from the stretch with 2 on. Bombers at normal depth in the infield. Middle infield comes in a little bit with the opportunity for a double play. A swing and a miss here by Jamison, and it's 0-1 to start this at-bat.
It's a big chop there, definitely looking to put some power under the ball.
Fantel not holding Bergman on at first base, and Lobster normal depth at third. Murley looks in, he's got the sign in the 0-1 pitch and will not be made. He turns and throws back to second. Connor Peterson will not have the opportunity to get Herring Jackson out, so maybe just an exercise in futility there to keep the base runners at bay. Still an 0-1 pitch. Jamison 0 for 2 on the day. That one's down and away, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. A nice stop there by Didabo behind the plate.
Really good play by Didabo just to collect quickly and make sure that you're able to hold the base runners where they are, because the last thing you want to do is put Ethan Murley in a tougher situation here.
The rookie with maybe his most taxing innings so far, trying to get out of it with a 2-0 lead intact. He kicks and fires. That one is in there for a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes came right after Jamison there. Barrientos, the right fielder, on deck.
And it's tough to get the number from this angle, but there is a pitcher warming up in the bullpen, so you've got to think that if Ethan Murley can indeed get out of this inning, this would be the last we see of him today.
That one's high, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Or you would have to wonder if this gets any worse for Murley, will they bring him in mid-inning? But still an opportunity for Murley to get either a strikeout here or try to get a ball on, or try to get an out on a ball in play. 2-2 throw back to second base. This one a little closer, but Peterson unable to get him in time. So the count's still 2-2. Aaron Jackson's been dancing out there at second base a little bit. And Peterson and Brody playing close enough to give Murley the option. He looks home, he comes home. That's a swing and a foul tip into the mitt for strike 3. A big strikeout. Number 6 on the day for Murley. He retires Jamison, so 2 down and 2 on, and Barrientos will be the batter.
Yet again, another big out for Ethan Murley, who has had base runners on in every inning so far and has yet to give up a run in every inning so far. And if he could get out of this one and we get through 5 here, that's a good outing for Ethan Murley. And again, he's young. He's got a lot of time to continue to improve and could be the makings of a star ace pitcher for the Ithaca team for years to come.
Strike 1 and on Barrientos. Barrientos, a guy who's 0 for 2 on the day with a strikeout, and he's come up in these spots before and has not been able to come through. Murley's gotten the best of him. That one will go under the glove of Brody and into left field. Coming on his way home is Aaron Jackson. He will score as the throw is up the third base line. Holding at second base is Bergman. It's an RBI single for Luke Barrientos, and they cut the lead in half. It's 2-1.
It's really good contact for Barrientos, and Brody just misread that one a little bit. It would have been a tough play regardless, but as you mentioned, under his glove and leads to the first Vassar run of the game.
Murley's going to have to try to keep Vassar at bay and keep this lead intact. He's got 2 down, 2 runners on. Aaron Jackson coming around to score. It's Barrientos off of first, Bergman off of second. Milano, the catcher, is the batter. The first pitch swung on and dribbled foul past the third base bag, so it's 0-1. Milano 0 for 2 today, but Vassar threatening to tie or take the lead. The 0-1 pitch. That's high and tight. 1 ball, 1 strike. Murley's got to try his best to keep this at a 2-1 game. It's 1-2 now. He gets another swing and a miss. The rookie really being tested in his first ever playoff start.
Strikeout here would be massive for Ethan Murley.
You would have to imagine this gives him some really valuable experience moving forwards, but this is a big test, the 1-2. High does not get the call, and it's 2-2.
And the hope is, if they can get the win here, that this isn't the only playoff start that Ethan Murley will get this season.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 on. Murley set at the belt from the stretch where he's been a lot of the day. The pitch swung on and missed. He struck him out. Strikeout number 7 of the day for Ethan Murley. He gets out of the jam. Lead still intact, 2-1 Bombers as we go to the bottom of inning number 5.
Back here at Valicente Diamond at Freeman Field, the sky is getting dark, but we only need one more half an inning as we enter the bottom of the fifth for this game to officially be called if it were to rain and be unplayable conditions. Matthew Giavoni back here with you alongside Luke Fitzpatrick as the Bombers hold on to a 2-1 lead, but Vassar scores their first run in the top of the fifth inning. Now the Bombers, you've got to imagine, for a team that has had so many runners on base, really want to take advantage and score a couple more insurance runs should this game extend past the fifth inning. And again, that's all going to depend on the weather. Up first, Ethan Fantel, and the pitcher is still going to be Danny Wellner, who we saw come in the bottom of the fourth.
This is a really big opportunity for the Bombers to stretch this out as long as they want offensively to try to carry us through to when we are expecting rain, and the middle of the order coming up, and Ethan Fantel to lead us off.
Wellner way high and away that time, and that's going to be ball one for a 1-0 count on Ethan Fantel, who we've mentioned multiple times today. Such an incredible freshman season so far. Went from playing part-time to being a full-time starter within this lineup as he takes strike one for the count to be 1-1.
I wonder, Matt, if in between innings Coach Valicente had a message for his team, whether to take their time in their at-bats and everything or not. It wouldn't shock me if that's their strategy here in the bottom of the fifth.
It'll be interesting. A couple different radars we checked during the break as he swings on that one for the count to be 1-2. We checked a couple different radars during the break. One says 40 minutes, one says 20 minutes. If it is 20 minutes, there's not going to be much time to play into that sixth inning. So you've got to imagine, depending on when this rain does get here, as that one swung on and missed for strike three. So Ethan Fantel with his first strikeout of the day after getting hit by a pitch in his first at-bat and popping out in his second at-bat. Up next, Colin Feeney.
Not exactly the at-bat Fantel would have wanted, a really brisk strikeout. So we'll see here if Colin Feeney is able to drag out an at-bat and get on base. He's already walked twice today.
Only the second strikeout so far that an Ithaca Bomber batter has had, as Feeney looks at that one for a ball. 1-0 count. Danny Wellner at the bump, sets, and steps back.
Seems to be an issue going on here with Wellner with some of his gear, maybe. Not on the same page with Milano. It's hard to tell what's going on, but he needed to step off there for a moment.
He stepped off, adjusted his belt a little bit. Now steps back in, gets set, deals, and that one's low and inside for ball two. 2-0 count to Colin Feeney. Wellner sets, deals. That one going to be inside as well. So a 3-0 count now to Feeney. And we'll see if Wellner wants to pitch to him or whether he just wants to let him have his base and move on to the next batter. Up in the lineup on deck, Ethan Didabo. And he will fight in this at-bat a little bit more as Wellner throws that one in for a strike. So a 3-1 count now to Colin Feeney.
And Feeney, I already mentioned 2 walks today. This would be number 3. We know that he's Mr. On Base, but this pitching staff for Vassar hasn't really made a real attempt at forcing him to swing the bat.
Strike 2, full count. Not necessarily a bad thing so far for the Bombers. They've thrived in full count situations, but Colin Feeney looking to maybe continue that success here. Wellner sets, deals. Feeney looks, tosses his bat, and will take his base for a walk. Ethan Didabo up now with a runner on, 1 out. That runner being Colin Feeney, who gets his 3rd walk of the day. Or at least of the game, I should say.
Yeah, Feeney has been on base, and we'll see if he applies pressure here in terms of base running. Did a nice job dragging that at-bat out, and now we'll see Ethan Didabo, the hero from Game 1. Feels like a week ago already, doesn't it, Matt?
Yeah, long day for the fans here, especially those traveling from Poughkeepsie, New York to support the Vassar Brewers here. First game started at 12. So you've got to imagine fans that have been here the whole time. That's 7 hours plus maybe showing up a little bit early. Ethan DeDabo stepped in, doesn't matter, toss back to first. Markhind almost let that one get past him, but was able to glove it. And Colin Feeney still on first.
The Bombers have a perfect chance. This game is 2-1, but it really feels like almost, it feels it has felt at some points like a wider margin than that, and right now it feels razor thin, but the Bombers with an opportunity to extend it, and a 3-1 lead might feel like a 5-1 lead at this stage.
And that one got past Mark Milano to the backstop, so Colin Feeney able to get to second. Ethan DeDabo now with the runner in scoring position. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Feeney taking a healthy lead at second. That one low and inside for ball number 2.
Having some trouble finding the zone here is Wellner, and he is a guy who's had command problems this year. We're seeing that once again here in inning number 5.
That one skips into the dirt, past Milano to the backstop, and Colin Feeney now, without even having to steal, really.
Without even having to make contact, is at
just
third
has
base.
to trot, and he's at third base. And look, as a base runner, you said it, Colin Feeney has been Mr. On Base, and as a base runner, very successful to get to third now. Ethan DeDabo, assuming he doesn't walk, would just like to try to get solid contact, but the count is 3-1.
And we know the power hitting ability of these Bombers, but their base running is really what sets them apart.
Swings on that one, fouled back, and a full count now for DeDabo. Swung on, contact made, but don't know if it skipped off the dirt first. It didn't, so that will go as a foul. Full count still for Ethan DeDabo.
Good job by DeDabo of staying alive there. The key in this at-bat is just making contact. The infield is drawn in. Any contact would probably bring a run in here, as long as it's not hit right at somebody.
DeDabo shoots it up the center field, and that'll bring in Colin Feeney for an RBI single.
A massive run there. It's impossible to understate that. Really confident swing by DeDabo, bringing in a run there. And a big now 3-1 lead. A lot of, that feels like a lot more breathing room than it really is for the Bombers.
Splits the gap between Birch Herring Jackson and Ricardo Reyna to get it out into center field, and that RBI wouldn't have been possible without the base running, or at least taking advantage of some poorly placed pitches from Colin Feeney to get from first over to third. The count for Connor Peterson is at 0-1. Looking to ride some momentum now is Connor Peterson, as the Bombers take a 3-1 lead. But Connor Peterson in an 0-2 count, pitcher-friendly count for Wallner. Only 1 out in this bottom of the 5th. Peterson swung on. That one's popped up into left field, but it's not going to have a chance to get to the wall. And getting under it is Daniel Lederman.
Yeah, Peterson's hit the ball in the air all 3 times. The first time up, obviously drilled one to the wall, but hasn't seen that sharp contact since that at-bat. But Ryan Lobsher here, we'll see if he tries to drag this at-bat. It's really ever so slowly been getting darker and darker here, and the rain feels minutes away.
The rain does feel minutes away. It's getting dark. Ryan Lobsher, maybe the last at-bat of this game. 2 outs for the Bombers with a 3-1 lead. The base runner is Ethan DeDabo at first. He got the RBI single to bring in Colin Feeney. 0-1. Ryan Lobsher against. Ryan Lobsher has to bend backwards to avoid that one, as Danny Wallner put that way inside.
It's exactly what Lobsher wants. You see he took a little bit of a stroll outside of the batter's box, not in any rush in this at-bat whatsoever. And the Bombers likely not going to take any chances on the base paths either, ahead 3-1.
1-1 count. Lobsher swings and fouls. So 1-2 count now for Ryan Lobsher. 2 outs. The Bombers have a 3-1 lead. They just need to finish this inning. Even if they start the 6th inning, if it rains and the weather becomes too unbearable, the Bombers would escape this one with a win unless Vassar comes out and ties it up or takes the lead within the 6th inning. Lobsher, grounded. And they only have the play at first. That'll be enough, though, and that'll end the inning for the Bombers. 3-1 lead through 5, and depending on the weather, if this rain does show up, may be enough for the Bombers to get past Vassar in this crossover series, as it looks like we're going to keep you here for a minute. It looks like the athletic crew here for Ithaca is going out and talking to the umpires, so this may be the end of the game here.
Yeah, it looks like maybe some of the coaches are coming out and having a conversation with the umpires. It's tough to tell right now, but by the body language of some of the players, they may be clearing out of the dugouts. We still don't have an official word. And we'll keep you updated when we get one.
And it looks like there is a signal for wrapping it up down there. Both coaches out right now. Umpires there too. And it looks like they're bringing some rakes out. The Bombers...
Maybe some field maintenance. It's tough to tell.
The Bombers, the way they're kind of acting in the dugout right now, it seems like the Bombers think this game is over. Don't have a good view of Vassar's dugout right now. There hasn't been any celebration or anything, and it does look like a tarp is coming out.
Yeah, they're bringing the tarp out for the mound. Maybe another stoppage. It's tough to tell at this point.
A stoppage, but from what we've seen with the weather, it does look like the rain, once it starts again, will not stop for a decent chunk of the night. And once we lose sunlight, which is expected to be around 7:40 to 8.
There might even be before that with the rain, with the cloud cover, Matt. We'll see. But right now they're bringing out the tarp. They've got it covered on the mound. They're bringing it out for the home plate circle as well. So it does not appear that we're going to be playing baseball right now.
And it does look like the full tarp is coming out this time, not just the pitcher mound tarp. So it'll be really interesting to see. And according to Justin Lutz, the SID for the baseball team, and his announcement from here at Valicente Diamond at Freeman Field, the game is officially on delay and will be set to resume tomorrow at, did he say 9:25 in the morning?
I wasn't able to tell that, but I caught the wind of the first part of the message.
He said sometime tomorrow. Now, from what we've seen through the what is expected for the weather, not only tomorrow, but really for the next week here on the South Hill, a lot of rain. So it'll be interesting to see what they officially call this game. But for right now, for what the score is, the Bombers have a 3-1 lead, and if there's no way to resume this game through 5 innings, it may potentially be enough for them to win. But as of right now, there is a plan in place for them to continue this game at a later point in time, either tomorrow or if the rain's too much, I'm sure they will try their best to either find a neutral site or reschedule. But that's going to do it here for our coverage, at least, as the game will not resume throughout the rest of the night. For Luke Fitzpatrick, I've been Matthew Giavoni with the Bombers tentatively winning this game 3-1, although the final result is still unknown.